Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The countdown has officially begun. T minus 2 hours for Dub Dub to go. Hope you're excited. Hope you're looking forward to disappointment and all of the above. Some surprises, I'm sure, and some not so big surprises. But yeah, in case you're new here, just as a recap of kind of what we do, we accumulate all of the last minute leaks, rumors, kind of speculate all together in these final moments before Dub Dub, before we finally get answers to all of the things that we're debating, that we're questioning, and then the event begins. I'm not allowed to show it. I've tried. Apple won't let me. But I stream my reaction here, and then you can watch the event on a second tab or a second device. Sadly, I can't play the audio or the video for you, but I will do my best to help you get it all synced up because, unfortunately, there's no way around it. There will always be a delay, even if I had the fastest internet in the world. It takes time for me to process my reaction to the live stream, send it up to YouTube servers, and then servers to cast it out to you. Usually only about a 10-second delay. But yeah, it can be a lot of fun because, in my experience, Apple events occasionally have some drag to them. Sometimes they get a little dry. Did that light go out? Literally right as I go live. Yeah, that was funny. Wow. And now it's back. It has literally never done that until I go live. That's funny. If Apple were to introduce a calculator for iPad, I'd want them to make it a button you press in Control Center, which add a floating calculator window. Yes, that has been pitched as a concept for a very, very long time. I really hope they don't just port the iOS calculator app over to the iPad and it takes up the full screen and that's it. That would suck. Absolutely. Are you excited about Vision OS 2 and iOS 18? I mean, good morning! Yeah, good morning, good morning. Yeah, I would say Vision OS is one of the more exciting updates for me personally, just because I feel like we've asked for so many pro features on the iPad, and they definitely could have given it more pro features years ago, and they have chosen not to. So essentially, there's the most room for improvement with Vision OS. I mean, there's a lot of room for improvement with iPad OS, but I just feel like they're just straight up not going to do it. Whereas they're probably, I'm hoping, going to announce that Vision Pro is going to be available in more countries after today. And it's such an expensive product that I'm sure they want to justify every possible use case they can for it. And with that being said, yeah, coming up with better features or better utilization of productivity and entertainment, I think could go a long way. I felt like, personally, don't want to activate the screensaver. I personally think that Vision Pro, the price doesn't help it, but I think ultimately the main problem with it is a usability standpoint. I ran out of things to do with it. So even if it was a $1,000 product, it would be a hard justification for me. I don't think it's going to be as easy to get the price substantially lower as it would be to just come up with better features, better use cases, especially so that my wife could be using the TV while I'm using the Vision Pro and we could be seeing some of the same things. A bit more shared experiences that assume not everybody in the room has one, which is a little bit silly. Yeah, I think they're going to announce iOS 18. Possibly, but it's not confirmed. We really don't know. Let's see. Good morning. So many good mornings. Do I think they'll show new hardware? Probably not, just because I'm going to make sure I'm not peaking. OBS audio's all over the place lately. We had a big random May event. It is not normal for Apple to host events in May, but we had one last month, and there were all new iPads. So I feel like if there were new hardware, it would have just been announced at the May event, and I think this is unfortunately, depending on how you feel about it, going to be a fairly software-focused event, and they're probably going to hype up the AI terminology as much as they possibly can, which is not something I'm excited for unless they have some kind of AI feature that I think would genuinely be useful. But if it's anything like all of the previous big tech keynotes over the past couple months that are trying to capitalize on all the AI hype, it's usually not as big a deal as it's cracked up to be. Why are they so stubborn to keep iPad as an adopted child everywhere? What's wrong with being an adopted child? No, I agree. Apple Card updates? Oof. The only update I think they would have for the Apple Card is it's not ready. I noticed vids with Randy, Michael. Wait, what? I noticed vids with Randy, Mike, less Apple talk. Okay, I assume you mean the podcasts. But yeah, when there's less Apple news, we'll probably talk about Apple less. That tends to be the case. Will AI be backwards compatible with older hardware? Almost certainly they're going to restrict it to newer hardware. The question is, how new does it need to be to run the latest AI features? But I wouldn't get too worried about that because my personal prediction is that the AI features they've come up with are not going to be game-changing. They're not going to be as crazy as we think they are. I mean, there's been some talk about what they can do, but it's all been very gray. Everything's been very vague, which is why I'm kind of excited for today, mainly because I want there to be less AI speculation and just straight up, okay, Apple, if you've got some AI features, just put your cards on the table. Just let us know what you can do, because there's been way too many reports and way too many analysts that just keep saying, oh, it's going to be AI features, which is, in my opinion, just a blanket statement that says we don't know, but it's got to do something. Yeah, Randy should be back today. He was busy, so we did the podcast without him because he wasn't available, but he should be back for today's recap podcast, if all goes according to plan. As you guys know, sometimes plans change and things come up, but if all goes according to plan, Randy should be back on the recap podcast for today, which we'll try to get up as quickly as we can. Object removal on iOS 18, only on iPhone 16. Are you upgrading? I'm more of a fan of subject lift than object removal, personally. Will Safari's web eraser feature get neutered from advertiser backlash? I'm guessing no, because browser companies usually care mostly about what the user wants, not what the advertiser wants. But I don't know. They might have some leverage. AI is boring. Hopefully something actually interesting comes out related to software today. I don't know. I'm just trying to warn you guys, like, Tim Cook himself has on the record said that they're very excited to share generative AI features they have in store for this event. So I think that means it's going to be pretty Apple intelligence focused, right? They're going to, I would say, keep expectations low. I don't think we're getting any hardware today. I'd be surprised if we got hardware, and if we do get hardware, I anticipate it to be fairly minor. I think it would be like USB-C Magic Keyboard, USB-C Magic Mouse, or we put an M4 chip in a Mac Mini. I mean, that would be kind of cool, but again, not like a big design overhaul or anything, because we got new MacBook Airs this year. We already got new MacBook Pros back in October, so it's too soon for new MacBook Pros, probably, unless they just do a random mid-cycle and just throw an M4 chip in the base MacBook Pro, but not the higher-end MacBook Pros. The new CEO of Apple. Well, there isn't one yet, but I do think John Turnus would be a great choice. AirPods Max, small update. Well, that one would be pretty major to me, just because AirPods Max have been dated since day one, since they came out. Everybody was upset with the price point and the features and the ports. So everybody from day one was like, yeah, no, this is, I mean, there's cool aspects about AirPods Max. I'm very split because there's certain parts about it that I love, like the design, I like the noise cancellation, I like the sound quality, but I hate the charging method, I hate the case, and I hate the price. So if they fix those things in a random refresh at one point, that would be great. But again, hasn't been rumored. There's been no talk about it happening. So it would be great if it did, but I think it's highly unlikely. I don't mind AI if they show me something that's actually useful day to day. If it's just gimmicky Siri can now be another AI chatbot, that'd be pretty disappointing. You might be disappointed, Scott. You might be disappointed. That's all I'm saying. Do you think you will upgrade your MacBook if ever? It would definitely have to reach a point where my current MacBook is just not cutting it anymore. I think I dove more into that in my last MacBook Pro review, which is that the speed of Apple Silicon has gotten so good and the efficiency has gotten so good that there's very little justification at this point, unless maybe there's some AI feature that I don't know I want yet. Apple's usually pretty good at showing us things we didn't know we wanted, right? Richard Paris, thank you for the super chat. He said, AI made me give you my last $2. AI is terrible. How dare they? John Turnus has a huge neck. Exactly. That's why he should be CEO, yeah. But in my review for the MacBook Pro, I mentioned that when most of your videos take 5 minutes to export, and that's 4K at 60, that's pretty high res, and I've got a lot of storage on this thing, and the battery life is great, and I personally still find it fairly thin and lightweight. I know everybody else thinks that the 16-inch is just too heavy, but I throw this thing in a bag, and I've traveled with it countless times, and it's been great for all of my trips and all the work I needed to get done while I'm away from home. I love the mini LED display. I've watched a ton of movies and shows on this thing, and it's a great entertainment device. I'm using the webcam on it right now. It has great built-in microphones that I'm also using right now. It's just a fantastic machine that the additional expense of replacing it, which I wouldn't want a base model, I would want something with more storage and probably a better chip or whatever, the most amount of ports, and I don't want to go smaller. I like the big screen. So with all that in mind, an upgrade for me is going to easily be at least $2,000, $3,000, probably more. And all that could really do, as far as productivity-wise, is shave off, even if we assume that the M6 or the M7 or the M8 chip, it has instant export time, right? Let's say I can export a video instantly. The most amount of time that could possibly save me now is like 5 to 10 minutes. So I can save 5 to 10 minutes if the exports are instant, which is probably not going to be the case. Maybe the exports get faster, but I doubt they'll be instant. So to spend, $4,000, $5,000 on something that saves me 5 to 10 minutes, maybe I do 2 or 3 videos a day, so maybe saves me 15, 20 minutes a day. It's a difficult justification. The much more bigger expense that would save me more time is actually my upload speed, because unfortunately I still live in a place where fiber is not an option, so I don't have gigabit upload speeds like so many of my friends do, and I wish I had, but that's why, like, savings wise, most of the bottleneck for me producing content is the upload speed, not the speed of Final Cut exporting or the speed of which I can import footage onto my computer. That is more of a software thing, actually, because the USB-C port on my iPhone, which is what I film most of my videos on now, is very fast, but there's not a great... Okay, I'm glad we're bringing this up on DubDub, because this is something that I think drastically needs to be improved. It's gross and sickening to me that when I started filming videos on a Pixel 8, I was able to import the videos from the Pixel onto my MacBook faster than I could import videos from my iPhone to the Mac. Isn't that ridiculous? Don't you think the iPhone and the Mac should have like a better handshake going on or something? But no, it's straight up like Final Cut takes way too long to boot up, and I was trying to import a video on it a couple days ago, and the import just freezes. Anytime your mouse goes over the timeline, even if Final Cut isn't even open, or like your front and center app, just the mouse moving over the timeline pauses the import process. It has to load a thumbnail for every single video on your phone, and of course I'm trying to import the latest video, so I have to scroll all the way to the bottom, and it has to load every single one. It takes way too long for it to show up, whereas with Android file transfer, I could literally just open an application, treat the phone as like an external drive, and just have a file manager, and I could just drag the video file into Finder, and boom, it took full advantage of the USB 3.2 speeds just by the internet company to get fiber. Oh, thank you, Dylan. I don't know why I didn't think about that. But yeah, if there was a better software handshake, and I've tried image capture as well, That one's also buggy and dated and doesn't give you a great ETA on how fast the file is transferring. I also can tell it's not taking full advantage of the USB-C port. I know it's capable of moving data much faster than it is. What's silly is that the fastest way, actually, for me to get an iPhone video onto my Mac, most of the time is AirDrop, even though it's wireless and you would think wired would be faster. It should be faster. They haven't built in a wired option that's that efficient yet. Or I would have to write the footage directly to an SSD, unplug the SSD from the phone, plug the SSD back into the Mac, and then drag it that way, which just adds this pointless middleman, but technically, because of poor software optimization between macOS and iOS, that is technically the fastest way to do it, is to have this stupid middleman where I have to write to a drive and then plug that drive into the computer, which I could do, but then it occupies the USB-C port on my phone, so I can't plug in my Zoom mic. Or if I have to find another workaround, it's buy an adapter for the phone so that I can plug in an SSD and the mic at the same time, which I've tried, and then it causes power output issues to the microphone. So this is a software problem, and I hope it's addressed today, because there desperately needs to be a better way to move files that were just recorded on the iPhone directly onto the Mac. Is dragging from Finder faster? If it treated the phone like an SSD, it would be. Yeah, if you could go into Finder and just have the iPhone pop up right there. But you can't do that. Yeah, if there was a way to put it like right here, and you could click on it and just have, just like you can see right here, a list of the files, and you could just drag the files into where you wanted to on the Mac, that would be faster, but it doesn't work that way. It treats it like the old iTunes sync thing, where it's like, do you want to import these photos and videos into the Photos app? And then you can never get them out again. Oh my God. If import was fast, people would not need iCloud. I don't think most people would want to use the whole Finder file transfer thing. AirDrop works sometimes, but it can get finicky. Sometimes it gets buggy, especially with large files, which for someone like me is pretty regular. You know, if it's a 5 to 10 minute video, usually AirDrop works fine, but sometimes it freezes up. I will have a week where AirDrop works flawlessly, and then another week goes by and it starts bugging out. So if we're looking at like expenses that I could make that would increase my rate of productivity, faster internet would of course be a much bigger deal than a faster computer. The computer is not the bottleneck. The computer is still insanely fast. And that's why we're saving up money, so that we could probably one day move to a place where we get faster internet. Does a USB 3 hub with power not solve that issue? But yes, I agree. It's stupid that it's done so poorly. I've tried it with the adapter, and the mic doesn't like it as much. And it's also just, physically, it's a lot of additional hardware to have, because you're recording the video like this, and usually those adapters are pretty big and they add additional weight. So when you have a adapter hanging off the phone, and that's also trying to hold the cable for the microphone, and it's also holding a cable for the SSD, it's a stupid setup. I've tried it. It doesn't work that well. If you install the beta on your phone, go into the feedback app and report that as an issue. I've had great success with Apple fixing small things. The problem is it's not a bug. The problem is it's just a poor design. I guess you could go into the feedback app and just say, this is designed poorly, but it's not really a bug more than it is just, I've tried recording to an external SSD, but then you have to record the audio separately. So trust me, I've explored every potential import method. I've explored every potential outcome. My point is, plug and play wise, and just for simple of setup, ease of setup, and simplicity of setup, at this point, it is faster to get footage off of a Pixel onto a Mac than it is an iPhone. This comes from someone who's shot hundreds, if not thousands, of videos on a phone, which is still silly. My mic won't be recognized at all by my MacBook Pro. Oh, that's weird. No, I haven't had those kinds of issues. I just assumed it was in Finder. It does show up in Windows Explorer. Weird. No, it doesn't. Well, I mean, it shows up in Finder, but not like an SSD does, where it just gives you a list of all the files. It shows up in Finder, and it treats it like the old, remember when you plug your iPod into your Mac and it has all the sync options? But no, it doesn't bring up just a list of all the files and just let you drag them out. Reported as poor design. Hot take: the native iPad calculator app is not just an iPhone clone, possibly a full graphing calculator mode and maybe a constructive calculator mode. That would be great. I used a third-party one back when I was in school. My teacher didn't like it, though. She wanted me to learn everything on the TI-85 calculators, but I showed her on the iPad graphing calculator. I'm like, see how much easier it is to move around the graph, and I can just plug in whatever? And she was like, yeah, but we have to learn with this. If you buy Apple, you could force them to improve that. That's a good point. I didn't consider that. I wish Apple shouldn't add the calculator app. There's going to be a whole bunch of meme coming out. What? Oh my God. People are just like, I hope they don't change anything. Everything is perfect. And then Apple will add things to iPadOS, and somehow all the iPadOS fans will go, oh, see, well, that's fine. That's good. See, iPadOS is fine. It's like, we were just asking for this stuff, and you said they didn't need it. If Apple announces macOS for iPad, will you buy one today? I'd be very tempted, honestly. Yeah, I feel like it wasn't worth reviewing the new iPads because there was so little differences with the software. And just checking out the new hardware, I can do in a store. I don't need to buy one. But if there was a giant overhaul to the software, that would make it worth reviewing again, I feel like, just so we could find the new boundaries, find the new limitations of the iPad. I'd be very unlikely to keep it, though, just because it's kind of too little too late. Even if they did add macOS to the iPad, like, the iPad hardware is not going to be as great as my Mac. The M4 chip is cool, the OLED display is cool, but it's got way less ports, the speakers aren't as good. I guess the cameras on it are decent, but I'm pretty sure my M1 Max chip could still beat out an M4 chip in regards to productivity. Also, battery life is still going to be way better on the MacBook than it is the iPad. I also didn't love the keyboard case when I tried it out. I felt like the function keys were, they're smaller than my MacBook keys, and also they're kind of hidden beneath where the iPad hovers, and I was already kind of hitting my fingers against the side of the iPad a bit. So hardware-wise, the Mac is still in the lead, which is why, again, I don't think adding macOS to the iPad would cannibalize that much, because the Mac would still have a ton of advantages. Everybody has this weird idea in their mind that, well, if it had macOS, you would have no reason to buy a Mac. And I'm like, yeah, you would. The Mac is cheaper, spec for spec. The Mac has better ports. It has bigger screen options. It has better keyboards. It has bigger trackpad. It has better speakers, better microphones. So if someone cares about all those things, they're still going to buy Mac, even if an iPad ran macOS. Calculator Plus, a new membership from Apple. They will never make an 8 terabyte iPad Pro. I would never say never, but they definitely don't have one today. That's for sure. By the way, Drew, I don't care what everyone else thinks. Buy stuff just to review and then return it. The impact on the environment is less than a literal human fart. I don't think that's true, but yeah, I noticed when I said I didn't feel like reviewing it, a lot of people brought that up, which is funny because now I'm realizing the community gets angry no matter what I do. I mean, you guys probably weren't angry, but there were a lot of people that were upset when I would buy things just to review and then return. So I said, okay, then I'm not going to do that anymore. And people said, no, you can still do that. So I'm like, okay, well, it doesn't seem like there's a general consensus from the community on what the best way to handle it is. So I'm going to tick off somebody either way. And I think moving around packages and shipping them on trucks and stuff and then having to return them, there is a bit more waste than a single human fart. It might be 2 or 3 human farts. The calculator will be AI augmented. Oh, so you can't trust the results of the calculator. Be like, what's 10 plus 10? And it says, you can glue your pizza together. You like hot dogs equals you hate burgers. Can't win. What? I had a hot dog yesterday, and it was marvelous. Does Vision Pro have a calculator? It does not. By the way, that's true. A lot of commenters are going to complain either way. But I was also just not feeling it. It was more than just the environmental concern. It was also just like, yeah, I don't think I've gone through the motions how many years in a row. I reviewed the 2020 iPad Pro. with the A12Z chip, and I was like, yeah, that the LiDAR and the ultra wide camera is cool, I guess, but I don't need it. And then the M1 iPad Pro I reviewed. I was like, okay, the mini LED is cool, but with the software, it's not worth it. And then the M2 iPad Pro came out, and I was like, okay, the Apple Pencil hover feature is a total software lock. They're acting like you need a new device for that, and you definitely don't. And then now we've got the OLED ones, and again, I've unboxed and reviewed these things so many times. I've gone down the route of, okay, hardware good, software not so good. I didn't feel like doing it all over again. So I was just like, you know what? When I'm near an Apple store, I'll go check it out and I'll do a video just kind of telling you, here's how I felt about the hardware after checking it out in person. I didn't need to go out, buy one, unbox one, and do the whole thing again. It's like, okay, so many channels are doing the exact same thing. Do you really need me to do what everybody else is doing? I don't know. Don't know if you talked about it yet, but guesses on Vision OS features today. My biggest hope that I've been asking for since day one is that in the same way that you can sync up a Mac display with Vision Pro, I want to be able to sync the Apple TV so that if someone is watching a show on the Apple TV, you can sit next to them. You can be enjoying it with them, but also just be able to make the screen bigger, change the subtitles. You can watch the movie with as you walk into the kitchen to grab a snack, or you can keep the movie playing when you go to the bathroom. I want more toilet features, I think, is what I'm asking for. We just need more ways to use Apple products on the toilet, The ceramic throne, the Vision Pro edition. Hey, Burkhart, enjoy Dub Dub, watching it in person with the boys. That's awesome. I'm glad you're there. Hope you have a good time. Thanks for checking in. Why is my t-shirt so wrinkled? I don't know. I haven't ironed it. I just got out of bed. This is early for me. The only Mac and the iPad would cannibalize is probably the MacBook Air. Even then, I disagree. Because a 13-inch iPad Pro with keyboard case, bare minimum, is going to be $1,600. Whereas you can buy a MacBook Air for $1,000. So I still don't even adding Mac OS to the iPad Pro, I don't think would cannibalize much, if anything. I genuinely think it would just increase the take rate of iPad Pro sales. The people who buy MacBook Airs, I think, would still be buying MacBook Airs. Basically, the alternative, I think, is just less people buying iPads. That's when you restrict the software and keep it from doing anything that productivity focused. I really think that's the only outcome. Maybe less people buy 13-inch MacBook Pros, I could see, because the price is pretty similar. But even then, the MacBook Pros still have some port advantages. They have some battery life advantages. Some people just don't need an iPad, and they just want a Mac, and the Mac's going to be cheaper spec for spec. So my highest request for Vision OS is syncing up with the Apple TV so that, if my wife pauses the movie, it pauses for the Vision Pro. And I know there's some big workarounds with SharePlay that you can try to sync everything up, but it's way too complicated. It needs to be as simple as just you're looking at the TV, just like how you can look at a Mac and just hit connect. And now I can have subtitles or not have subtitles, and my wife can. Just more meshing of features together. I think my buddy Mike, Mike in the chat, suggested something really cool, which was that, if you wanted to pick up your phone to do something on the iPhone through Vision Pro, if it could connect to the iPhone display and just paste it on top of your phone. And then we have object and masking detection. A good example of that is, if I go down here, look at how good the neural cores work on the M1 Max chip, okay? Look at how it's masking my fingers right now with the screen behind me. I can move these things around, and it just knows that, okay, that's the subject, that's his hand, so mask his hand out, but put this virtual content behind him. It's masking out my head and in my shoulders, and I think the masking tech looks really, really good, right? So if you applied that same technology to casting whatever content is being shown on your iPhone for apps or whatever, while you're using Vision Pro, and you can look down at your phone, and instead of looking at a camera feed of the display, which gets a lot of distortion, gets a lot of noise, and you can just use your finger on top of, and it masks out your hand. that could change the way you use iOS so drastically. Now, instead of a volume indicator being on the display, it could come out from behind the display. Now, notifications, instead of dropping down on top of your content, could come out from behind the phone. Um, if your phone is on the other side of the room on a table or something, a notification could pop up uh, without you having to look at it. You could also paste like watchOS directly onto your wrist, and watchOS is a fairly light OS for what they put in Vision Pro, which is a now it's really funny that the Vision Pro is an M2 chip because we're already on M4. Oh my god. iPads are specialized hardware, and that's how they advertise it. See the iPad Mini and pilot students with Apple Pencils. There's not much they can do to improve iPad OS. I hard disagree. There's a lot they can do. They're not that specialized hardware. They use the same silicon as Macs. They use the same, a lot of the same hardware as iPhone. Same cameras, same biometrics, same ports. I don't think it's that specialized. A notification coming from me following it to my phone would be cool. Yeah, I think there's a lot more synergy they could bring to make Vision Pro work with everything else in the ecosystem. Same thing with the Apple Pencil. iPad with macOS could be the iPhone scenario, more versatile in a bunch of cases, but more expensive as well. Yeah, if someone wants a 2-in-1, if they want, in my opinion, in my experience, I've talked to many people in the market who see what I do or see what other people have done, whether it be with Logic Pro or with Xcode or with Final Cut, and they see these live streams kind of features with OBS or with any number of Mac applications. There's an infinite number of Mac apps that lets you do all kinds of different things. And somehow, when you get to the iPad, they go, oh, and this has an Apple Pencil, and this has a touchscreen. That's cool. And can I still do all of those Mac things that you showed me? And you have to say, no, it can't. Well, why not? It has the same chip. It has a display. It has a keyboard. It has a mouse. All of the hardware necessary to do all of those things. Why can't it? Well, because it's an iPad. That's it. That's the only argument people can use against it. Well, it's an iPad, so they don't want it to have too much productivity features, which makes me go, ugh. Please, Apple, don't bring iOS features and then add them to iPad next year. Yeah, it's happened pretty much every year where they add a bunch of stuff to the iPhone and then say, but iPad for another day. macOS on iPad, but with subscription model. Oof. I hate how much sense you're making right now because they added Final Cut to the iPad and it's a membership. Boy. I bet Apple Intelligence will be pitched in a similar way as Apple Silicon, where it's not a feature name but a technology underpinning a conglomeration of features. Yeah, that honestly, Charles, I agree. That does sound very much like something they would do. Which OSs will be talked about from first to last, in your opinion? I think there's usually a pretty consistent trajectory based on my previous reactions to DubDub. They usually start with iOS. After that, they talk about iPadOS for about 30 seconds, and then they move on. Usually, it's like iOS, iPadOS, which is very brief, and then watchOS. Now we've got visionOS, which hasn't really been talked much about at DubDub in the past, because last DubDub they unveiled Vision Pro and everything. macOS I feel like is usually last, because it's usually a lot more productivity and technically focused, which they know that everyday consumers aren't as interested in. There's a bit less like quality of life features and more just productivity features. Hey, Nicholas, he says, popping in to say hello from work at my paraprofessional summer school job here in Missouri. Oh boy, I hope you get out of misery as soon as possible. Thank you for your support, Nicholas. Appreciate it. I want split screen multitasking for the iPhone. I've tried it on Android and I couldn't find a sweet spot for it, but I don't know. Maybe I just haven't seen it done in the right implementation. Let's see. Why can't we install macOS apps on visionOS as it is in macOS? Well, technically, I think visionOS is built on the iPadOS platform, which I think is a mistake. I would have built it on the macOS platform, but I guess they wanted the touch optimized UI because that's probably the most cross compatible with the eye tracking and the finger tapping, whereas point and click with the keyboard and mouse is would be a little bit clunkier. Are you optimistic in regards to iPadOS this year? No, not at all. I think we're going to get very distracted. I think most of Apple's attention is going to be all in on iOS and, iOS 18 and all the new AI features, which are probably mainly going to be search in Mail is much better now, or predictive text has gotten better, or you can search through photos much, much easier. It's going to be features that we would have gotten anyway, but now we're just going to be painting them as AI features because Apple knows that AI is the latest trend. They're trying to hop on it. Do you think they will break the trend of calling it machine learning and outright say AI? They already have. I know Tim has started saying it, which they used to not say. And when they announced the M3 MacBook Air a few months ago, even though it had a chip that was already in earlier MacBooks, they already said this MacBook is the best for... Let me find it. Let me pull it up while we've got the screen sharing thing on. It was a while ago, so I might have to scroll back. More from Newsroom. View archive. If we go back, when was that? February? Jeez, they drop a lot of crap in here. Final Cut for iPad. A lot of environmental stuff. But yeah, they used to avoid the term AI. Here we go. Apple announces the new 13-inch. Then down here, yeah, world's best consumer laptop for AI. And they basically talk about nothing new. They just say M3 has a neural engine, which they've been shipping neural engines for, years now. But suddenly they're saying, by the way, neural engines are very good for AI. So they're straight up saying it in the marketing. They've been saying it more recently, and they used to avoid saying it. Thank you, Gemma Waffle Sponge, for joining Tailosive Tech Plus. That's a great name. Thank you. I would laugh so hard if they did not mention AI a single time. I'm of the belief they will try to brand it into their own thing. They're going to call it Apple Intelligence. They don't like the term artificial intelligence. That doesn't sound right. But if they can work their brand name into it, so now everybody talking about AI should really be talking about Apple Intelligence. What do you think is more likely, replacing your Mac with iPad or Vision Pro? I think it's not likely that they're going to do what I want with the iPad, but the iPad would have the shortest route to replacing my Mac because they wouldn't have to change that much. Vision Pro is just so far away from being ready to replace a Mac, in my opinion, because you have a bunch of hardware limitations, battery life limitations, and I my Mac is so handy, especially when multiple people can watch movies and shows on it at the same time. And I just would not, especially at my new job. For those of you who don't know, I got hired by a EV startup company in the Bay, so I've been working a lot more hours than I used to work. YouTube wasn't exactly, it's fun. It was my primary job, of course, but it's not exactly full time. It depends on the news, of course. On a day like today, when there's a lot of news coming out, there's a lot for me to talk about, and it kind of fills up the whole day. But depending on if there's news or not, YouTube running the Tailosive network was mostly a part-time job over the past few years. And then this new job is another part-time job. So collectively, I'm now working a full-time job. But the new place I've been working at involves a lot of I'm editing something or I'm tweaking something, and then I have to show it to my bosses and make sure they're okay with it. So with that use case, replacing that with a headset would be a nightmare. It would be a huge mess. So I don't think I'm going to be replacing a MacBook with a Vision Pro anytime soon. But within a couple of years of just really good listening, it's not likely to happen, like I said, but within 2 years of Apple just, okay, let's put macOS on the iPad, or let's just make iPadOS way more functional and give it a ton more Mac features, and then another refresh with an iPad that gets more ports or faster chips that could outperform my M1 Max and more storage options. There's a more clear path, but neither are very likely. No, it's a company called Tello, which is ironically very close to my name. But yeah, you can look them up. It's just TELO, tellotrucks.com. And I basically run all the social media. So If you see Telo trucks tweeting or on Instagram or on TikTok or YouTube or wherever, that's me. No, I'm not moving. They resisted saying AI for a while, but that sweet, sweet AI bubble buzzword investment capital was too tempting. Yeah, there was definitely a pivot point in the marketing. They were just like, did you see how much investment OpenAI got? Yeah, let's just start saying it. Do you think they have meetings about what terminology they'll use publicly? Oh, 100%, 1,000% yes. Probably daily. There's probably a team at Apple that just talks about how to word things. I wouldn't be surprised if there's 10 people where that's their full-time job, is to just debate about articulation. They all gather around a table and say, we're not going to say AI, and then, okay, we can say AI now. I bet there were still some people against it. I bet there were totally some people that were like, no, let's not use it. We got to make it our own thing. I think there was a skit. I make too many of these skits, so I don't recall which one it was. But there was a video at some point where I made the joke in the skit that Apple would brand AI as Apple Intelligence instead of artificial intelligence. And I was kidding, of course. I was just trying to make it funny. And yet, now that's an actual rumor from Mark Gurman. And that there's a genuine possibility that someone in the PR department came up to the same conclusion as I did. It's just they did it for marketing reasons and I did it as a joke, which is the tech world we're living in. You can't tell the difference between good marketing and good jokes. Ever think about changing your tech channel? No, I'm not changing the names or anything. Still a shame the M1 or later iPads cannot run it, taking into account how expensive they were and are charging for the new M4s. Yeah, I think if you're going to have chip parity, you should have software feature parity. You know, don't you think it's silly that if Apple released an iPhone that had all of the same hardware as the 15 Pro on the 16, but then software locked it out of certain features just because it wasn't a Pro iPhone? They kind of do that with the whole like ProRes recording. We know that the A16 chip is capable of recording in ProRes. So why can't the iPhone 15 regular record in ProRes? It's purely because Apple thinks ProRes should be a Pro feature. Probably because it's called ProRes, so they just decided, don't give the iPhone 15 that feature. I mean, there's some consistency and stupidity there, but it's still stupid. I still criticize them for it. You don't have to brag about it. I mean, the everyday person buying an iPhone 15 probably doesn't even know how to activate ProRes, so it's not going to, like, confuse the experience. MKBHD made a video where he talks about Apple refusing to use certain industry terms. Yes, I do recall that one, and it's still very much true. Like, they haven't budged on VR. They still will not call the Vision Pro a mixed reality headset or an AR or VR headset. They don't talk to it like that. They say spatial computing. We'll see if they change their mind on that, but I'm guessing it's something to do with OpenAI's huge surge in investment that made them decide they wanted to start using that terminology. Cupertinoology is a very real thing. Their marketing is borderline language of its own. Yeah, everything they say feels very carefully worded. Add a projector to the outside of Vision Pro. Ooh, yeah, it wasn't expensive enough already, was it? Are we rumored to see macOS on the iPad, or is it just a hope? I don't think we will. There's been no rumors or leaks really for anything iPadOS. And I feel like if they wanted to give the iPad more functionality, they would have done it by now. If there was a bunch of new software features, they probably wouldn't have launched the iPad until DubDub. Personally, I think the fact that they have shipped iPads already and they had the big iPad event in May is an indication that there probably isn't much to talk about with iPadOS. But I would love to be wrong. There he is, everybody. Randy's alive. We can all rejoice. He's okay. He's okay. How likely is it that Vision Pro is coming to Austria? I don't know if that's on their first list. I would give it a 30% chance. It's not super likely, but possible. I'm sure they want to ship it in as many places as possible, but my guess is Europe is going to be harder because they have more strict rules about ports and stuff. Waiting for last-minute rumors on tvOS. I think the only report I've seen about tvOS is that it will be compatible with the last 3 generations of Apple TV or something like that. Yeah, the calculator on iPadOS has been leaked. I should mention that. But again, I think that's low-hanging fruit. The calculator memes are just a easy punching bag for iPadOS. It's not like suddenly if it had the calculator app, it would be a pro device. It's an easy thing to point and look and say, like, of course iPadOS is limited because it doesn't even have a calculator app. Like, such a basic thing that it doesn't have that nearly everything else has. The Apple Watch has a calculator app. The Mac has a calculator app. That's what was confusing to me. The reports were all saying, like, oh my God, the new calculator app is coming to Mac OS as well. And I'm like, we have one right here. See, it works. You can put a lot of numbers on it too. Let's go full screen. Oh, how come I can't full screen it? Yeah, that's actually my phone number right there. Don't call that. I have a feeling we won't have many new AI features in the first beta because Apple closed the deal with OpenAI only a month ago. That's probably a reasonable expectation. There's going to be a lot of things that aren't ready yet. This might actually be the first year I don't install any betas. I'm a little nervous too because last year I was recording a lot of my videos still on my Blackmagic camera, but since then I have switched to recording all my videos, not just for my YouTube channel, but also for my new job. All of that is recorded on an iPhone. So that makes me nervous about putting a beta on my main device because what if the camera app starts getting buggy? So I might not be installing many betas today. Maybe I need to go out and buy a new iPhone just so I have a beta machine. I don't know. I'm interested in how Craig will announce a calculator app. Probably in the most attractive way possible. An Apple genius from Texas told me by the end of the year Vision Pro would be available in more countries. Yeah, I'm surprised it hasn't launched today, honestly. There were reports saying that by April or May it would be launching in more countries. So what are you expecting in this dub? I think a lot of iOS changes. I think those are going to be the most interesting ones. I'm hoping for more. I hope I'm surprised. That's why dub is so exciting, is because not a lot of it gets leaked. But so far the leaks have been that they are going to extend dark mode to the home screen. We truly live in an age of wonders. Yeah, exactly. Get the white 15. What white 15? There's no white 15. You mean the blue? Yeah. So what do I mean by dark mode to the home screen? It means that the latest talk is that they will change all of these app icons so that they basically all of the white parts of them can be darkened or, blacked out. But the annoying part about that is I think it's very unlikely that third-party app developers are going to have that ready on day one. So it means all of my third-party apps like Messenger, YouTube Music, the Tesla app, YouTube Studio, or the YouTube app, or anything that's not made by Apple, those are still going to be white accented. So only the iOS native apps are going to get darkened for dark mode, in which case the icons are going to be fairly inconsistent. There's been talk that they're going to add a dedicated passwords app. They're going to redesign the settings app. Who knows what that means? Again, even the small leaks we do get are not very clear. They're not very definitive. And there's also been a lot of talk that they're finally going to let you kind of rearrange and customize more of Control Center. So maybe that means moving the volume slider around or the brightness slider around. Maybe it makes it horizontal or something like that. I haven't seen it, so I would love it personally if you could take some of these Control Center toggles and just put them straight on the home screen. Like, it'd be cool if the flashlight was not an app or not something you had to go to Control Center for. It was just a little icon that takes up the same amount of space as another app, but you just tap it and it activates the flashlight, and that's it. And then you tap it again to turn it off. Unless it uses Apple Intelligence to make it dark. Yeah, I don't think it will. The rumors are saying that the app icon changes are going to be powered by AI, so it's probably just going to look at it and know what to change to dark mode. I don't believe it, but who's to say? Randy was at Apple Park filming all week. Randy, people are going to believe you when you say stuff like that. They need to bring back the Mini or I will never upgrade my iPhone 13 Mini. I've got the battery replaced forever. Yeah, my friend just upgraded to the 13 Mini. We did a video on it, and he's loving it. He's still using it. And I'm jealous, honestly. Every time he lets me hold it and use it, I'm like, man, the 13 mini was such a great form factor. Maybe that's what I should get. Maybe I should go out and just buy a 13 mini just for betas or just to use as a dedicated camera. I don't know. Am I the only one that actually likes the current control center? I don't mind it, but Randy brought up a great point on our Lost podcast episode. So no one heard it, unfortunately, but except me and Mike. The reason they might want to redesign Control Center is because this year with the iPhone 16 series, the screens are getting bigger than ever before. The 16 Pro Max is rumored to be 6.9 inches. There's never been an iPhone with a screen that large before. So it might start to get pretty annoying to have to reach up to the bottom right corner if the phones are getting bigger and bigger, and it sounds like, they're keeping around the Plus iPhone for another year. So if this trend continues of huge screen iPhones, then finding a more convenient, easy to reach control center might be a good call. I really like the 15 Pro because it has Type-C, which is very important to me, and it's got the thinnest bezels pretty much of any iPhone, and that makes it very easy to use with one hand. It would be even better if they made it the size of the 13 mini, but I'm guessing the camera bump would just take up pretty much the entire back. It would be ridiculous. I mean, it's already ridiculous. Can you imagine this camera bump on a 13 mini? It would look even sillier. But yeah, every time I use a 13 mini, I'm still just like, oh, please, Apple, bring this back, please. But it might be too old to get a lot of the new AI features. But depending on what they announce today, I might not care. That's why it's, it affects everything. This really trickles down into everything. If they come up with some really cool AI features, you might want to upgrade your iPhone to access them or to get the best version of them, especially if they have some that only work on the iPhone 16, then that might be quite tempting to people. But a black Tesla icon would be cool. I agree. If my 14 Pro is at 84% health, I cannot imagine how degraded a 13 mini would be. And for me, it could be, but like he said, he'd rather just replace the battery than get a new phone, which I think more people should consider. A lot of people just feel like, oh, the battery's degraded, so I need to buy a whole new phone. And it's like, yeah, do you though? Is that really a problem? My buddy Ross, who got the 13 mini, was using a 7 Plus before that, and he had that since 2017 or 16. So he had the same phone for 7-8 years, and I fully expect him to have that 13 mini for another 7 to 8 years. I really want to go down to the smaller iPhone this year, but also 6.9-inch display is too funny not to buy. That's a good reason to buy it. It's hilarious. I don't think Drew is going to upgrade any of his tech for the next 10 years, and I think that's cool. Oh, thanks, Mike. I appreciate the support. Honestly, the closest thing to me upgrading, which is not even really upgrading, would be me buying a second iPhone just to use as a camera or a microphone or as a beta. If there's a green iPhone 15 Pro, I'm buying it. It's getting kind of late in the year for a new color, but we've seen Apple pull fast ones on us before, so they might just do that. They might just be like, well, in the past when we launch new iPhone colors in the spring, we get a little surge in sales, but then it really dies down for the remainder of the year. So maybe their thought process is, let's drop a new color 3 months before the new iPhones drop. That way it keeps the sales up for a little bit longer. Or an Aptera. That's true. I am planning on getting an Aptera, so I guess that is new tech, if you think about it. I have a 13 mini and went in for a battery replacement with Apple Care Plus, and they replaced my entire phone. Hey, there you go. Get a whole new one. That's not bad. Being able to complete a reminder without going through a sub-menu was super handy. What? Oh, bring Catalina notification features back. Yeah, something changed with the notifications. I don't know if it's a bug or something, but on my latest version of macOS, the notifications just pop out now and they stay there. They won't disappear after a certain number of seconds, and it's getting really annoying. Like, I finished the airdrop and it just says airdrop completed. And I'm like, okay, you don't need to keep saying that. Probably upgrade my Apple Watch in the fall. Yeah, I'm still Apple Watchless. Just backing up my phone so I can download the beta. That's a good idea. If you want to download betas today, now would be a good time to start your backups. Do you think they're going to talk about RCS texting coming to all iPhones that support iOS 18 at the event today? There's a possibility. I mean, Apple usually doesn't like talking about Android or making the experience better for Android, but they're also under a lot of scrutiny with the EU. So they might be trying to win some brownie points by just saying, see, iOS now makes texting safer and better for everybody, even Android users. On one hand, it's like, Android, stay back. I don't want to talk about Android. They don't exist. On the other hand, Apple Music is on Android, and there's been some rumors going around that they're going to bring the Apple TV app to Android for the same reason that Apple Music is. It helps push memberships, right? So, I don't know. A lot of people hate the new system preferences. I don't mind it so much. I like the design symmetry between iPhone, iPad, Apple Watch even, and Mac. I never loved the old system preferences, but I guess people are hesitant to change. Guess how many times AI will be mentioned during the event? I think we put our predictions in the podcast. I think I said something like 70 times. Is there anything you're excited about, or your expectations are low? I'm not expecting anything really to drastically change the way I use my devices, but I've been surprised before. Usually every dub. That's why I'm excited. I'm most excited for things that I don't know about, because usually we go into it with certain expectations, thinking one thing, and then by the end of it we go, oh, this was a way bigger deal than I thought, and I was excited for this, and then it ended up not being that big a deal. So software is fun because we all get the features for the most part, and hopefully the features should be free, assuming you have somewhat recent hardware. So we don't have to pay for a lot of these features, and we get to try out a lot of new things. And I would be most excited. The only AI feature I would be somewhat excited for is if they found a way to like start editing my videos for me, like analyze my editing style, and maybe you have to train it, 10 or 20 times, and I could just say, hey, watch how I edit this video, and it would pick up on my techniques and my style and little things I do, and then eventually I could just say, hey, edit this video the way I edited the last 20 videos, and then it would stitch it all together and save me a lot of time. That's probably not possible. I don't know that much about neural nets and all that, but if there was an AI feature that would actually get me pumped and excited, that would be it for sure. Or if there was something that would make me want to upgrade my MacBook, like they said, oh, only the M3 MacBook Pros can do this video editing training feature, that would make me go, okay, yeah, if it saves me that, because the editing part of my videos is much longer than the export, of course. Most of my videos take around an hour to edit, depending on how complicated it is. I'm not convinced that'll happen, but if it did, that would get me really pumped up. What would get me really excited for iPadOS is if they just straight up listened to my requests and they said, okay, if you buy an M4 iPad Pro, you have the option to boot it into macOS. Like that would get me really excited. I would debate picking up an iPad right after today if they did that. Sunny Patel says, I think people are hesitant to change or used to the tried and true method like Nick, where he said he knew every setting in system preferences, but personally I like intuitive updated UI of settings. It just takes a little getting used to, in my opinion. I didn't think having a bunch of apps and rows was easier to see than just a column. But a lot of people just, they don't like the change. Use AI to edit a supercut of clips that make mentions of AI. Yeah, even a feature like that would be really handy, where you could, I think Mike talked about it in the past too, where we filmed cars for our EV channel, of course, a lot of the time. And sometimes you're filming someone else's car and they don't want their license plate shown. A really handy AI feature they could build into Final Cut. I don't know how possible it is, but it sounds possible based on the other AI things I've seen. What if you could throw a car video in your timeline and just tell the AI, blur the license plate for all these shots? So now you have all this B-roll of the car with the license plate, and it automatically identified the plate, blurred it, and then tracked that motion blur to wherever the license plate was. That would be super handy in theory, but usually, like all things AI, in execution, it's like, oh, but it messed up here and it messed up here. And because it's AI, how do you fix it? Can you go in and tweak it? Can you go in and say, hey, you messed up on this shot? And then it tries to fix it and it still messes it up a bit. You know, that kind of thing. Those are the type of AI features that, as a video editor, I could genuinely see myself really utilizing and appreciating. Um, Color correct this log footage from my iPhone, make it look better, and it just color correction enhance. I mean, we already kind of have those features, but they're just not very good. Delete license plate or scramble license plate. Yeah, that would be a really handy feature. Or blur this face, blur all of the people in the background of this shot, or enhance the audio to be easier to hear. And then it does the voice isolation, and then it, or one that I've asked for a long time, is just cut out all the dead air. Just cut up all the parts of this video where the decibels are below a certain rating, and then we just have all the jump cuts, and now I just have to go through and watch them and cut out the parts that are the mistakes. That would, you know, when I'm looking at reasons to upgrade or exciting features that would change the way I use my tech, I'm looking for what results in the largest reduction in time spent on a project or on a video. And if there was a way to reduce the hour-long editing process and make it a 30-minute process or a 15-minute process, that would be pretty substantial. Delete license plate, and then it deletes all the footage. Doesn't DaVinci do that? Probably. Yeah. Change the license plate to different characters. Yeah, just give it a vanity plate that says loser or something. I don't know. Yeah, like what Steve Jobs did with his cars. Most people care about the new iOS to make it more stable again. I feel like iOS since 13 has been really buggy. See, I think that's all perception. I recall people long before iOS 13 saying, oh, iOS 11 is really buggy, iOS 7 is really buggy, iOS 9 is really buggy. I just don't think people, when you experience bugs and crashes, you remember the most recent one because you were in the middle of doing something and then it just crashed. So you're like, this one is so buggy. The truth is, I think it's always been somewhat buggy, and there were earlier versions that were probably less buggy. But to act like there were no bugs before a certain point and there's tons of bugs now, I think you just kind of forget about them because it's such a small individual thing that stacks up. Because I've always been hearing that since the old days. Long before iOS 13, I remember hearing people complain about how buggy it was, and iOS 12 was supposed to be the big stability-focused update where there weren't a lot of bugs and everything just worked. But then people want more features, so then you gotta make more features, and then it breaks a bunch of things in the process. So it's always been kind of like waves. Occasionally you get a version that's really solid, and then there's new features that come in and break a bunch of things, and then they stabilize. And thank you, Avocado Atrocity. Very kind of you to super chat. Completely unnecessary, but thank you. You think iOS is buggy? Try Android for a week. Oh, I have. Not fun. Did Apple get hacked? There's an AI Tim Cook talking about crypto. Yeah, I don't think that's them. I think that's a fake channel that's trying to generate clicks. Scramble lights. I don't know. The last few times I've used Android, it wasn't that bad. It's the animations that just were not as well designed. Drew would make a great tech advisor. If someone hired him as such, we would probably have much better features and maybe even designs that would make Apple life so much more comfortable. I doubt I'll be hired by Apple, but I have been hired by an EV startup, so I am mostly running their social media, but I fully intend to give them unsolicited advice about design, mostly with the interior, because they're kind of working on that right now. When you did your Telos safety interview, you nod a lot when you listen, and since you cut out all of the sentences, your head skips around a bunch with each cut, and it's funny. Yeah, I have a natural... I'm trying to be better about that, but I typically like to show people that I'm listening to them, and that involves a lot of nodding. And also what's caused a lot of problems is I speak too much during it. I go, oh, yeah, yep, It's that I get it from my mom. She does the same thing. But it's very annoying when you're editing an interview and the other person keeps making sounds or moving and stuff. I'm trying to be better about it. Can we expect new AirPods Max soon? Gurman said no. I don't think he said for Dub Dub. At the very soonest, I think it would be late this year, but I thought it was more likely to not be ready till next year. But I'm getting my rumors. He may have said that in 2023. So I'm hoping, at least for the EU, the USB-C law goes into place at the end of this year. So I would assume that the AirPods Max would want to be updated before then. That would be a welcome surprise. I'd be tempted to pick up a pair of AirPods Max if they got Type-C today. Ricky, thank you for 1 year of support. Happy 1 year. Forge about it with bugs. What is Forge? Forge for bugs? I'm good on big phones. If Apple dropped macOS mode in iPadOS, would it be enough at this point to get sales up given how robust macOS is? I think there would be a very large uptick in iPad Pro sales. I mean, they never report individual iPad unit sales, but I would be willing to bet a lot of people would be able to start recommending it that wouldn't recommend it before. A bunch of YouTubers would probably change their mind and say, like, it's very hard to recommend at this price point, and then suddenly go, okay, now this is a pretty capable 2-in-1. At least that's how I would feel about it. USB-C lossless mode. Yeah, exactly. Mouse and keyboard need to get USB-C as well. I agree. That's extremely dated. Now that the iPhone has Type-C, it's very bizarre that they're still selling Macs that require Lightning accessories. It's like, what are you helping now? Before, the argument was, oh, okay, well, you plug in the Lightning cable to the Mac so that you can charge your Lightning stuff. But now it's like, well, AirPods are USB-C, all the iPads are Type-C, and now even the newer iPhones are Type-C. So why are we still shipping Lightning cables with Macs? That's ridiculous. You will not be able to see the Apple event on my stream. You will have to pull it up on a separate tab or a separate device. I have tried to show the Apple live stream on my stream, and they won't let me do it. They take down the stream. So unfortunately, I can't do audio. I can't do any video. I will help you sync it up because there's always going to be a little bit of a delay, but I can't show it. I'm sorry. I tried. I beg our Lord and Savior Tim Cook and my glorious King Craig Federighi to enhance CarPlay feature/announcement. I think they jumped the gun on that one. They announced it way too early. They didn't talk about it at all last Dub. This was back in 2022 where they said, here's our enhanced CarPlay experience, but it won't ship until end of 2023. So it was like, why are you announcing this a year and a half early? And I think what they probably realized in development is that the enhanced CarPlay is a lot more complicated than they thought, mainly because legacy automakers don't have a lot of control over a lot of the individual microchips and displays in their vehicles. There's a lot of outsourcing that goes on. So you can't just connect a phone to a car and suddenly the phone is able to cover the UI of every single display. It sounds simple in theory, but in execution, it's actually far more intricate. And you can't have as much latency. You can't have as much delay with things like a speedometer. That has to be really low latency and accurate. And CarPlay, depending on how it's implemented, can be a little laggy. You can't have that kind of inconsistency or lag with things as important as safety features or engine lights or speedometers and stuff like that. So I think they probably spoke too soon on the enhanced CarPlay thing. There's a handful of companies that are starting to kind of implement it, but it's not at the amount of customization and it's not as immersive as it originally was when they unveiled it. So I'm sure there's companies that want to implement it but are finding out that it's fairly difficult to do. Thank you, Haru, for the super chat. He says, I'm excited for the new wallpaper. Yeah, that's all you really need, right? I'll get the new iOS 18 default wallpaper on here and be like, thumbnail, I got the new version. And then I don't install it. Really love the skits, by the way. Thank you. I appreciate that. I hope macOS Weed has some good wallpapers. We'll just have the leaves go up. Do you think the 10R will get iOS 18? It's rumored to. The rumor is everything with iOS 17 will get 18. But will you get many of the features from iOS 18? Probably not, because the 10R and the 10S are probably on their last year of support. This event filmed on iPhone, edited on Mac. Well, the last two Apple events were shot on iPhone, so they'll probably keep that tradition going, which means a lot of wide-angle shots, not a lot of close-ups, not a lot of zoom-ins, They film the events very differently, you'll notice, when it's shot on iPhone. Um, Dylan says, I was really excited for CarPlay too, and then I bought a Tesla. Honestly, though, that Tesla software is so good now that after the UI update with the new car animations and stuff. Oh, man, I'm loving it. It looks so clean. Yeah, I think there's a time and a place for CarPlay, like especially if you're a new company and you don't have the resources to develop your entire operating system in house. CarPlay makes sense for a lot of applications like that. Um, and Tesla is honestly in complete control of the whole OS and all the controllers and microchips that go into their, and they have one display that go into their car. So Tesla, ironically, could probably support enhanced CarPlay easier than anybody, but they just don't because they don't want to. Same thing with Rivian. They don't want to support CarPlay, but they keep adding more features to their own OS because they've got the budget for it. But if you don't have the budget for it, then I think doing CarPlay is a great idea. The last event was the first Apple event in HDR. I think shot on iPhone will be the norm now. It'd be very interesting to see them go back on it if they just stopped shooting on iPhone. They'd be like, oh, okay. So I guess the iPhone wasn't good enough for this one. The renders and animations and stuff are not shot on iPhone. And also keep in mind the big controversial ad where they stomped all the instruments and paint and everything for the iPad unveil. That was not shot on iPhone. That was a commercial that they shot with a real camera. You're about to get a 2016 Model S tomorrow. Hey, congrats. I hope you got a good price on it. How do you think they will determine which phones to kill off for software? Well, if you ask them, they'd say, well, we just look at what the hardware is capable of doing. And if it's not capable of doing it, then we don't do it. But my guess is it has more to do with how old the phone is and how to convince people to buy a new one. So they will probably want all of the best features on the newest iPhone. And then as you go down older and older, they cut out a little bit more at a time. Hopefully people aren't falling for those crypto scams anymore. I just feel like there's been so many. How could someone today still believe that there are crypto giveaways of some kind? Also, who cares about crypto anymore? Any kind of crypto is a scam. Saying crypto scam is kind of redundant, right? 16,000 with a brand new battery. Oh, that's great. That sounds like a great deal. Good for you. That is a good price. Every time a new iOS, my first go-to things are installing the wallpaper on my unsupported retro device, like on a 3GS. I'm still holding out. Sunny Patel got his new Model 3 Performance. He got it yesterday, and he put 260 miles on it. Good. I'm glad you got that one. That's a great vehicle. I honestly think right now that's like the best car on the market. Any thoughts on Apple Intelligence? I think it will most likely be overhyped, as in there's way too much hype surrounding it. There's way too many people that are hyping up AI, and Apple seems to want to hype it up too. So because the hype is so high, there's no way it'll live up to the hype. But I'm hoping that there's other more interesting, probably less AI-esque features that will be fun and exciting that we'll find genuinely useful. Typically, Apple is pretty good at finding things that are like, hey, you know what? I actually do think I'll use that. Hark Aqua, wow, thank you for the super chat. Very nice of you. Has been following since 2020. Respect all the work you put in. One of the most genuine YouTubers. Oh, man. That was unnecessary, but thank you so much. Their first super chat, too. I get to be the first one. Thank you. Very kind of you to say. Yeah, I hope that my coverage of the event is entertaining and informative. That's my goal. Tailosive's mission statement is to entertain and inform those exploring the tech world. So that's what I'm hoping to stay on top of. Thank you, Hark. Very kind of you. Drew is far from a fan of Android. In other words, not a fan. I don't mind it. I've always said from the beginning, Android is fine. I just think iOS is better. I own a Android phone still. I don't use it as much as my iPhone, of course, but I do own an Android phone. I don't own an iPad. I probably like Android more than iPad OS at this point. That's why I was kind of tempted by the Pixel tablet. Maybe I should pick one of those up. Got a 15 Pro Max, but I can't see any difference between any other phone. Yeah, they're all the same. There's not a bunch of differences these days. I do not like Windows. I've had very, very bad experiences with Windows. I haven't had horrible experiences with Android. I've had bad experiences with Android hardware, um, but the software itself has usually been fine. Yeah, Android is just, yeah, that's how I feel about it. Android is okay. I can get by with Android. If someone, I've said this before in the past, if someone wanted to give me another challenge, like they say, we want you to switch to an Android phone for a year, but if you can do it, then you can keep the Android phone. I'd probably do it. Be like, I can get by with Android. I've reviewed several Android phones, and I can get comfortable with it and get used to it, and I can incorporate it. I just think the iPhone is usually better at fitting in with my ecosystem. Um, but I'll admit, when I reviewed that Pixel 8, and I was able to import footage really fast and efficiently to the Mac, and I couldn't do that with my iPhone, it definitely made me think about switching. I was like, yeah, I could do it. I think I really could. Especially if you're an Apple ecosystem guy, though, it just feels nicer and it's more convenient, with continuity and AirDrop and iMessage and all that. But with RCS coming, maybe I'll be more open to switching. JF said mandatory Apple event super chat. First of all, that is not true. You guys never have. There is no such thing as a mandatory super chat. The favorite Android was the blue phone he reviewed like 8 years ago. What? What are you guys talking about? I almost switched to the Pixel 8. You don't remember that? I said if it weren't for the Apple Card and the Wallet app, I probably would have switched. That was like the one thing that was really hard to justify switching. How do you pronounce this event, by the way? It's pronounced WWDC this year. In the past, it was WW. Now it's VVV. I don't know why. Maybe the AI came up with the invite artwork, so it looks bad. You think Pixel phones are better than Samsung phones in that case? Like I just said to the guy from India earlier, I think all phones are kind of the same now. They're all kind of blurring together. Both iPhones and Androids, they both have full screen displays. They both have great cameras. They both have USB-C. They both have great speakers. They're both water resistant. They both have action buttons, volume buttons, and power buttons. It's just every year they get more and more similar with each other. Even Pixel and Samsung are getting more into the flat edge design, which is more iPhone-like. They moved away from the curved edge displays. So every year it's like, all the new phones are great, honestly. You should probably just go for the one that's the most affordable, that fits into your ecosystem the best. I have on multiple occasions said, if you're on Android, I don't think you should buy an iPhone. And if you're on an iPhone, I don't think you should buy an Android. I think switching ecosystems, which I have tried to do several times, where I reviewed a Pixel phone and the headphones and the tablets, and I've realized, like, switching ecosystems is a huge pain in the butt. It's so, and all the phones have such similar features now anyway. I would say just stay on the ecosystem you're already in. There's not a lot of advantages to switching over, Just find the most affordable, refurbished, or used phone on the ecosystem you're already in. Oh my God, you guys need to calm down with the super chats. Slow down. Don't make me start banning people. Sam Cook says, thanks for making Dub great over the many years. Oh, thank you, Sam. Sam Cook? I think that's Tim's nephew right there in the chat. Mustafa Sad, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, says, took this out of my savings for mandatory. No. No deriving of savings for super chats. Okay. I will slow you guys down if I had to. Avocado, this is your third super chat. I'm giving you a warning. A warning. This is not mandatory. Why is everybody saying mandatory super chats? Calm down. We all know Drew's favorite was the Team Pixel phone. The earlier Pixels were bad, genuinely, and I reviewed them as such, and I still stand by that. The newer Pixels got much better. Although the Android phones depreciate so much that I highly advise against buying them brand new. You can buy like a 6-month-old Pixel that'll be like half price, sometimes less, depending on the market that year. So that's exactly how I felt when I saw Marquez review the Pixel 8a. I'm sorry, Mustafa. I tried. But no, seriously, like, when it came out, I was like, okay, the A series is usually pretty affordable, but this one was a little bit more expensive. Let's check it out. And I watched the review, and he's like, yeah, you can buy a Pixel 8 for like the same amount now because it's been out for a little while. And it's like, yeah, and the Pixel 8 is better than the 8A in every way, and it's about the same price. So just get the 8. And I was like, yep, that's how I felt too. The Pixel 8 also, not the 8 Pro, ironically, but I believe it was the Pixel 8 that won the blind smartphone camera competition, which I don't think is like an end-all be-all. You can't just say, well, I guess it has the best camera. It's like, no, all these cameras are pretty much the same. It's all just chalked up to what comparisons and what examples you put them in. Some examples and some comparisons, one will do better than the other. It's all just kind of randomized anyway, but still, that being said, Pixels have incredible cameras. They take fantastic photos and videos. I got a lot of backlash for saying this, I think, but I thought the Pixel 8, the regular one that I reviewed, had a better color science to its video quality than my iPhone did. Not drastically night and day different, but I shot several videos on the Pixel and I thought it came out great. It looked okay. Calm down. Mike Kibble says, am I doing this right? No, you are not. Okay. Yeah, thank you for joining Tailosive Tech Plus. I'll see you in the next members only stream. Oh, God. Guys, there's too many. Used Amex Black Card for this dono. Enjoy the event. I hope you get some kind of cash back on that. Elliot super chatted, said, what does this button do? It's a mistake. Don't press the button. Oh, my God. Have you heard of the Yada Bank controversy? No. Sorry, I have no idea what you're talking about. You can get banned for giving too many super chats or too big of a super chat. That's very true. I will ban people for super chatting too much because it's the only way to stop them. I can't hit the refund button on super chats. I'm looking for it. I still can't find it though. Sometimes people super chat way too much and then I feel bad. And I can't refund people because YouTube takes a cut of it anyway. So it would, it creates this whole thing. Sam Altman has been spotted at the Apple campus. Oh boy. Here comes Sammy. I bet you Scarlett Johansson isn't there. I'd be willing to bet money. Wouldn't that be hilarious? Tim Cook is just like, we found a new voice to power Siri. And here she is. It's just Scarlett Johansson. Black Widow shows up. You should utilize Apple Log to improve your video quality. Tried it. Takes up a lot more space. Fills up the phone a lot faster. And no one could tell the difference. I did some videos in Log and some videos in HEVC, and no one could tell. They look pretty much the same. The overwhelming consensus I learned from shooting in Log versus in HEVC is that lighting affects everything far more than the recording format. And I just, I don't live in a big house. I don't have a lot of options when it comes to lighting setups. And when you just switch from Log to HEVC with the exact same lighting settings, not much changes. If I had a bigger setup where I could be a little bit more creative with the lighting, then the Log would be a bit more noticeable, especially if you have a darker background. But it's not something that I think would change how my videos perform. I don't think people care. I don't think people watch my videos because of the lighting. And I don't think many more people would start watching my videos if the lighting was substantially better. But that's just me. You can feel free to disagree, but I don't plan on changing up my whole house or recording setup, which is convenient and comfortable for the small house we're in for now. Shooting in Log is best for HDR. Somewhat. But Haru, thank you for the hype. And also another one from John Rose, you're already a member. Why are you super chatting if you're already a member? He says, these Republic credits will do fine. No, they won't. Ethan says, have a great dub. Appreciate it. But it's VVV this year, just as a reminder to everybody. You're spelling dub incorrectly. Blackmagic allows you to record in Apple Log HEVC. I know, and I've done it, and it still takes up more space. It also takes longer because you got to color correct it. And when I try to color correct to my liking, people don't like it. And then when people switched the color correction to things that they liked, it basically looked identical to HEVC. Basically, any advantages that come from Log are mostly steamrolled by YouTube compression. unless you film in high contrast environments, which is, I've noticed, I watched several videos on shooting in log and how the iPhone performs, and the most noticeable differences usually came when someone had a very dark background and they were in the spotlight, which is not something I can do with my current setup. It's just too small. No, they won't. That's cool. Someone figured out how to respond a comment to the super chat. Sam Cook super chatted again. This is your last warning, Sam. I think you've super chatted way too much, so I'm gonna mute you if you keep doing that. He says, heard that this guarantees macOS on the iPad. It does not, but I will be running and screaming around the room if they actually do it. I'm going to have my ego launched all the way to Mars. I'm going to feel unstoppable as a tech content creator if they actually do it. I'm just going to be like, and remember, I said in my videos, it can be as restricted as you want. I wouldn't even care if they said, in order for macOS to run on the iPad, it needs to be on the 2 terabyte, 13-inch, most expensive M4 iPad Pro, and it only works if you buy Apple's proprietary Magic Keyboard case, and that's the only way to turn it on. I would still say that's better than what we have today, which is nothing. I will fall out of my chair. Well, I'll be jumping out of my chair. The ceiling's not going to contain my excitement. I'm just going to be like, I can convince Apple to do anything. I'm going to be Thanos with the gauntlet. I'm just going to be like, reality can be whatever I want. And every person who utilizes macOS on the iPad will have to thank me, because I just want to say from the beginning, this was totally my idea. Bro hates tips. Just too many. A little super chat here and there is nice, but sometimes people just get carried away. And as someone who, I'm not a financial advisor, but I like to make responsible decisions, and I don't like to spend more. I don't want to be the reason that someone ends up, they were like, oh crap, I lost a bunch of money today. Like Mike, for example, who's now super chatting. Stop it! Stop it! I will hold you to that. I want to see you running like a madman. I will. I would have a fangasm, I think. I don't like that term, but yes, that's accurate. If the OpenAI partnership was finalized like 2 weeks ago, how would they have it in their keynote? Oh, come on. Marketing team can throw a bunch of crap together very, very fast. It's not hard to come up with some animations and some concept that you put in a keynote. They could easily just say, this feature is not ready until later this year, for anything that's not ready to go in the first beta. But like I forgot who it was, but some people in the chat earlier were suggesting, because of the OpenAI partnership being kind of last second, there's probably a lot of things that aren't going to be on the day one beta. Mike Kimmel joined Tailosive Tech Pro, not even just Tailosive Tech Plus. Man, you guys going above and beyond here. I miss the times when AI meant NPCs in video games. I know. I'm ready for this tech fad to be over with. Sam Almond. Salmon spotted on site. People are eating salmon. Oh, Alexander Ernst also joined Tailosive Tech Plus. Thank you very much. I'm more excited to see Craig. I agree. I hope it's not AI Craig. But yeah, guys, we've only got 30 minutes to go. Thank you so much for all the super chats. You're far too kind. Oh, yeah. That's going to be the big iPadOS update. The Journal app. Here it is. Apple Intelligence February. Going to iOS could be a big vig. Oh, boy. We don't need a passwords app. I think we do, honestly, because I know a lot of people that don't know where their passwords are, because they don't know where it is in settings, and settings is just too complicated for a lot of people. So I think taking out, even if it doesn't gain any functionality, but just putting it on the home screen so that it's easier for people to find, I think that's fine. If you're a techie, nerdy person, you could always just delete the app and keep accessing it through settings. But I think a lot of people in the tech community forget that this is not the whole world. There are over 1 billion people using iPhones now. And the tech community is probably less than, at the very most, what's the most subscribed tech YouTuber? Unbox Therapy? Or MQBHD is close, or Linus is close, but like 20 million subscribers. And you think every one of those subscribers is a techie person? You know, we're probably the tech community, as in people who are somewhat tech savvy and know how to navigate their phone and stuff, is probably less than 50 million. Let's maybe double that and assume it's 100 million. That means that for every tech savvy person, there is another 9 people out there that still have no idea how to access half of the features in their phones, both on Android and iOS. I still run into these people on a very daily basis. Most of the planet is not as tech savvy as people who are, you know, willing to watch presentations to see what the new features are. I know passwords are system built in, but a lot of people don't know where to find them if the wrong password thing doesn't pop up. Yeah, their average views, most tech videos are not averaging, 20 million views. So we're a much smaller tech bubble than we think we are. Most people think we're everybody, and that Apple's job is to just please us, the tech community. And honestly, there's probably a bunch of things that the tech community wants, but Apple doesn't do because they know that the everyday consumer wouldn't like it or would get confused by it. Holy crap, you're not just doing that. Oh, slow down, everybody. Alexander says, what updates do you think we'll see on Vision OS? There's been next to nothing rumored, so it's very hard to make any kind of calculated prediction other than a wish list, which is that I hope that there's more synergy between existing Apple products. Like, instead of me looking at a camera feed of my iPhone display, it would be great if I could just paste and cast to Vision Pro exactly what's on my phone display so that it looks sharp and it can mask out my hands just as easily as the Mac is able to mask out my hands here with the display behind me. It does pretty well. Just bring that to Vision Pro. There's not as great object occlusion as I expected there to be on Vision Pro. You can use an iPad with an AR demo without LiDAR, without a second camera, just one lens. It's honestly a pretty crappy lens on the cheapest iPad that has better object occlusion, as in you paste something in the environment and then as you turn around the room it gets covered up by furniture or a bed or something. I've seen it work better on an iPad than I have Vision Pro. So there's a bunch of things that I'm just like, this could be more immersive and this could be a more social product than it is, and that would make it a lot easier to justify. And I think the big update would be, they're bringing it to other countries. That feels long overdue. There were rumors they were going to do that in April, and they haven't. Mike Kimmel says, I'm very professional. Did I do it right again? No, you did not. I will ban you. I swear to God. Oh, my prediction is Sidecar with full keyboard functionality. That was, you still have to have a Mac. So instead of replacing the Mac display, it just adds a display to it. I guess that would be cool. I don't know if it has the RAM to do it, but yeah, I think this is our first like Vision OS update presentation. So there should be some good quality of life stuff that we are hopeful for. But the nice thing about watching someone's reaction to the event is I also should preface to you guys, these events are typically not jam-packed, okay? It's usually not every single second is full of vital, valuable, exciting information. Usually, within a 1-hour keynote or a 2-hour keynote, there's going to be like 20 minutes of really cool stuff and a bunch of fluff, a bunch of repeat of old information we already knew, a bunch of talking about things that we don't care about, talking about features that we're never going to utilize. Let's do another demo. And it's a demo for something that no one has ever done or will ever do. And it's like, okay, whatever. Let's get on to the next thing. I don't care about this. I don't care about that. Yeah, like journal app on iPad OS now. It's like, okay, whatever. When people say tech and just mean iPhone or Samsung phone YouTuber. Well, phones are tech. I hate to break it to you. Tech is a very broad thing, I know. J-Money, thank you for 33 months. Holy crap, of support. When will the Apple back-to-school sales start? Probably when school is starting up again. School just got out. Why would back-to-school be starting now? But thank you for 33 months. Margel says, unfortunately, I have a job interview for at least half of the event today. I'm only here for the stream for you and the vibe. Aw, well, thanks, Margel. I hope the job interview goes well. Everybody wish Margel best of luck on his job interview. He needs all the good voodoo we could possibly give to him. Sorry, atheists. I can assure you, most normal people barely understand their phones, don't know their Apple ID password. I've had people delete their email account connected to their Apple ID somehow. Oh, yeah. No, I've helped a lot of family members with very, very basic things on their phone that you and I think would be super simple and easy to understand, which is why I think probably giving the passwords section of settings its own dedicated app is a good idea. Apple developer website is down now, saying we'll be back soon. Makes sense. They usually send out the betas today. A problem will not be getting enough Tailosive Tech live streams. Hey, Liam, 27 months of support. Good morning. Thank you. My voodoo goes to you. What is my other job now? Me? I'm working for Telo Trucks. Look them up. TELO trucks.com. I run all the social media pages. So if you see interactions on Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok even, yeah, that's me. For the iPad. Sidecar as usual, you can use the Magic Keyboard. Oh, I don't think people... Why? So you already have a Mac with a keyboard and trackpad, but you can also now use the keyboard and trackpad on the iPad? I don't know. Doesn't Universal Control let you do that anyway? If iPadOS doesn't upgrade, do you think the new Surface Pro with Snapdragon could be the new King tablet? I think it's a totally separate market. If you're willing to buy a Windows machine, that's one thing. If you're willing to buy an iPad or a Mac, that's another thing. I don't think there's a lot of cross-shopping going on. There might be a little bit, but for the most part, I think people are either buying iPadOS devices or people are buying Windows devices. I don't think there's someone trying to decide which one that often. Yeah. I still have an Aptera reservation. I still plan on taking delivery of it. In fact, now that I have this new job, I want the Aptera sooner rather than later because I'm driving a lot more than I used to because I'm not moving down to the Bay Area where the people who hired me are based out of. So I have to drive down a lot more regularly. And an Aptera would be perfect in that situation. And the people at Telo have talked to the people at Aptera. They've both corresponded. They're both fans of the other. There's no hostility. They're both very friendly towards each other. So there's no hostility. They don't care what I do on YouTube. They said I have complete control. They don't care what I say or do over here. So this is my jurisdiction now. Same with Tailosive EV. I can buy and review and say whatever I want. If iPad has so many more features, functions to release, if iPad so has more functions to release the M4. I'm trying to understand what you mean, Max. Is Apple seeing my comments? Because I predicted Apple Intelligence in your video. See, iOS 18 could be big 3 months ago while no one else. Was it you who came up with it? Because I know I put it in a skit at some point. But yeah, you and me, Ricky, should be Rizky. Sorry, Rizky and I should be getting royalties for this. This is totally our idea. Suddenly the drawbacks of EVs become clear. A second car just to commute. No, I love commuting in my Model 3, but my wife wants to drive the Model 3 to work. My wife is working and so am I, so we don't like fighting over the EV because every time she takes the old gas car, she goes, oh, this is uncomfortable and it sucks and I can't precondition it. And we're driving more than we've ever driven before. I can easily drive. The Model 3 is a great commuter. It's just I don't want to take it away from my wife because sometimes I'm gone at my new job for the whole day. And they actually let me charge my Model 3 at the office. So I can get all the way there on a single charge, plug in, get most of my charge back during the day, and then drive all the way home without DC charging. I don't know why you thought I was in the Eastern time zone. That's never been the case. Gas cars suck. And you'll never convince me otherwise. A new Apple gaming console. iPadOS typo on the... So? Where? If iPadOS has more functions to release the M4. Oh, I hope so. They better. No, I don't fight with the wife. I'm just saying. I want her to have a nice car to drive to work. And I want a nice car to drive to work. It's a couple 100 miles. It's a bit far. But I'm not going every day. I just go every other week or so. But still, it's a lot more driving than I used to. The Tailosive Hyundai Sonata is the ultimate automotive form. Yeah, I can't drive up a hill without catching on fire, but yeah. It, it struggles to start, but yes, it's so wonderful. Hope software locking features for old devices do not be a big thing this year. Um, Lambert, who are you talking? Where's Lambert? True will never get. Oh, True will never get a Cybertruck. At least not any form of the current. I will never say never. I like the Cybertruck, in a lot of ways, but it's just a little too big for me. That's always been my biggest issue with pickup trucks. I don't mind having trucks. I don't like big cars. They're harder to park. They're harder to navigate. And I've said that long before I got hired by Tillo. Drew, thank you for the super chat. Love and enjoy all your content, Drew. Always. Wow. Far too much generosity from the community today. You guys are far too kind. But 20 minutes to go. So that's enough sappiness. That's enough thankfulness. Y'all don't have to be so generous. Pippin OS dropping today. What's the job you have, Drew? I'm a social media manager for Telo Trucks. TELO trucks.com. You can look them up on all social media. Feel free to look them up if you're curious. If not, that's fine too. Anyway, enough talk about me. Let's talk about Dub Dub. We still have the Sonata as the old beater car, but it's not. I don't think it's going to last much longer. I'm surprised since we've had the redesigned iMac, we haven't gotten a redesigned iMac Pro. That would be a welcome surprise. There was talk of them doing one for a long time, and they never did. But, you know, if they wanted to do a 5K or a 6K display that was Pro Motion, that would be the best way to do it, because the limiting factor is not coming up with a display that's that high resolution with that high a frame rate. The issue is Thunderbolt and even HDMI struggles to keep the frame rate and resolution that good. So if they made a designated monitor, you'd have to go over HDMI 2.1, which doesn't deliver that much power, which means Apple would have to go back to the old days of you have to charge the MacBook and output video instead of doing what Apple likes to do, which is having one cable, usually a Thunderbolt cable, power the MacBook and do data simultaneously. So because of the clunkiness of using HDMI with a dedicated Apple monitor and because the limitations of Thunderbolt 4, I could easily see them come up with, I mean, there's no rumors of this happening, so don't get your hopes up, but a really nice surprise would be like, here's an iMac Pro, one size bezel all the way around. It's 6K and 120 hertz, which you can't do over Thunderbolt, so you're probably not going to be able to. And that's originally the whole thing they did with the 5K iMac was like, we can only hit this resolution when it's integrated into an all-in-one computer. They were like, we can't make a 5K external monitor on its own. They did later with LG and the ultra-fine displays. But at least with today's tech and with today's MacBooks, I think it could really incentivize a lot of people to consider buying an iMac that would ordinarily not. Martintail says, I never liked pickup trucks apart from the small K trucks, and the Cybertruck is on another level of stupidity. Well, I've driven a Cybertruck. It's a lot of fun to drive, and I think it gets a lot of flack, and a lot of people don't understand the pricing strategy of it. But anyway, that's EV talk. How do I think Apple reacts to everyone saying iPadOS sucks? Does Apple actually think it's good? I think they view it as good enough for the majority of devices that it sells, which is partially true because most iPads that are selling are the cheap ones, the $300 ones. That's probably, I'm willing to bet it's probably like 70 to 80% of iPad sales are the $300 iPad. And if that's all you need is a little screen that is touch optimized and works with an Apple Pencil, and that's good enough, then yeah, iPadOS is fine for that price bracket. But my frustrations are mostly with the iPad Pro series and kind of the iPad Air series because they're pretty expensive too. So with iPad Pros starting at $1,000 and easily going over $2,000 with their accessories and the storage options, I think at that price point, they should have software feature parity with Macs. I don't care how you do it. It could be through iPadOS or through macOS, but I just think it's dumb that you could spend over $2,000 on a tablet but not be able to do the same things that a $1,000 Mac could do, simply because it's in a tablet. They have the same chips. In fact, the iPad has the better chip now. iPad has a faster chip than a MacBook, and yet an M1 MacBook Air can still do a bunch of things that an M4 iPad cannot. And I think that's silly. I think there should be software parity. And the fastest, probably cheapest, easiest way to incorporate that would just to be a dual boot Mac OS option. You can say that the touchscreen is not active, and it only works when you have a keyboard and mouse connected to it. Like, it won't. Chris Norton says, "You can't ban me, good man." Oh no, please, Chris. You're far, 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 far too generous. Every live stream, Chris Norton shows up and makes me want to reach out and figure out how to refund this man. But he's saying you can't be. Oh, please. Chris, just please. Can I just say thank you from the bottom of my heart for all of your previous super chats. You do not need to send a penny today. You've been far too kind. I've already got a new job. I'm doing great. You know, I've got more income than I need. Please just save that money for a loved one, for a family member. Give it to them. You know, like, I really don't need it. Would you recommend a Tesla if you couldn't charge at home? Probably a different kind of Tesla, but yeah, I would be more inclined to recommend a longer range than a short range if you can't charge at home. But yeah, oldest year to go for a used Model 3. I mean, with the resale values the way they are, I'd probably not go much further behind 2022, which is my year. I'm biased in that way, but it seems like they're already software locking a lot of features to the AMD Ryzen processor, and having a heat pump is really helpful for range and stuff. So, yeah. What did Jackson Wants just say? Oh no. At least that was a reasonable one. But thank you very much for the super chat, Chris Norton. You're far too kind. Let's stop it there. Let's hold it off on that. Let's end on a good note before we get crazy, okay? An iPad is an iPad, a MacBook is a MacBook. Well, with that kind of logic, you would have never gotten an iPhone. You'd say an iPod is an iPod, a camera is a camera, a flip phone is a flip phone. Why do you want to combine all these things, right? No, the reason the iPhone is so successful is because it does so many things. It's a flashlight. It's an internet communicator. It's a texting device. It's a phone. It's a camera. And it's becoming more of a camera every year. It's a wallet. It has boarding passes. It has credit cards. It does all these things at once. So to have this mentality that this can only be this and this can only be this means that more complexity, the end result is people just don't buy the other one. For me, as an example, I don't want to carry around, especially when I'm traveling with chargers and TSA and all that. I don't want a MacBook and an iPad anymore. I've decided I'm either going to have a Mac that can do everything I need it to, or if down the road the iPad gets super functional, I will switch to an iPad, but it will replace my Mac. It's not going to be I'll use a Mac and an iPad. GG, thank you for the super chat. He says, in Zermatt, Switzerland, they switched entirely to using locally made EVs on a standardized skateboard. You should look at it. That's cool. I mean, how many people live there? What's the market? I'm guessing not a lot, but yeah, that is interesting. I don't think it probably would scale up that great, but I cannot show the stream on here. I've tried that in the past. Apple will take down the stream. I can't play the audio. I can't have it behind me, really small. I will help you guys sync up the video, but you have to watch the live stream yourself on a different tab or on a second device. So you could have me on your phone. That's what some people do. And then the event on your TV or on your laptop or on your iPad. What's handy about that, I've actually had people tell me they prefer me not showing the event because they can mute me when they need to. Oh, look at that. The Tesla logo is being masked out. Oh, it's gone. There you go. If it's a really interesting part of the event and you want me to shut up, then you can just mute me or close my stream. But if it's a boring part of the event and you'd rather have the commentary, then you can turn the volume back up or resize the tab so that I'm bigger and the event is smaller. These events are not chock full. I got to admit. That's why, why every year we get a Apple event in 15 minutes video? It's because people don't want to watch the full 2 hours because the 2 hours has a lot of unnecessary repeat information. So that's why most people have a lot of fun watching these reaction streams, is because it keeps it flowing. Apple doesn't have a live chat on their streams either. I keep my chat open so you guys can talk amongst yourselves and you can kind of in real time see how the audience is reacting to the information, which in my experience can be a lot of fun. It's fun for me. That's why even if I was invited to one of these Apple events, I probably wouldn't go because I would just have to sit there and be quiet. And I really like being able to see the chat react to it, and I like saying my own comments and complaining or getting excited and jumping up and down and running around when it's a cool announcement or a crazy announcement. It's fun to be able to be yourself during the whole time. Whereas if I was there, I would just have to sit quietly, probably take picture, tweet, take picture, tweet, take picture, tweet. And I've tried to do the live tweeting while the event's going on, and it's not as fun. It's not as fun as just watching it and reacting to it. So this is what I enjoy the most. Yeah, if you have an iPad and do split screen, then you can only play one media device at a time, which is annoying. It means that you need a Mac if you want to have me playing and the event playing at the same time. If they gave us terminal, full file system, running Mac apps, and opening disk images, it wouldn't even matter. I honestly think putting dual boot Mac OS would be easier than doing all those things on iPad OS personally. But do I have original ideas for iOS features that aren't refinements of existing features? Yeah, I do a big iOS wish list every year. But yeah, they usually don't add what I'm asking for. It was your idea first. Apple should pay you with them. Oh, Danny, which video? iOS 18 could be big. Is that the one that I need to find where I said Apple Intelligence? You think Apple will shoot all future events, including this one, on the iPhone? I think it will be a mix. The last iPad event was mostly shot on iPhone, but the commercial where they smushed all the instruments together, that was not shot on iPhone. So there will probably be ads and certain things that they choose to not do on iPhone, but they'll try their best to film most of it on iPhone. I've met Brian Tong virtually. I haven't met him in person, but that was a long time ago. Would you go if you got to meet Mr. Good Morning? I would really only want to meet Tim Cook if I got to have an off-the-record conversation with him. I've seen other YouTubers interview him publicly, and they have to stick to a very strict script. They're not allowed to ask a bunch of questions, and he's not allowed to give very specific answers anyway. So if I could talk to him off the record and I could sign an NDA that says I can't talk about anything he tells me, I would love to do that. That would be a lot of fun. But the Apple Store shut down? Ooh. That could mean something. That could mean we're getting hardware. Unless someone is just pulling my leg. Ooh, it's down. We might be getting hardware, boys. We might be getting hardware. Oh, wow. It says watch the keynote. Watch the keynote. That's the Apple Store app. This is... Ooh. This is, again, Apple Store, not the iOS App Store, but the Apple Store app is down. We might be getting some hardware, folks. Whew. Okay. Do you think we ever get a live keynote again? I feel like they could have brought it back by now if they wanted to. There was just a lot more mistakes and a lot more room for error, and Apple marketing doesn't like that. So, M4 MacBook Pro already. That's probably what it's going to be honest. They're just going to take the base model 14-inch MacBook Pro, the one that doesn't have 3 USB-C ports, and they're just going to throw an M4 chip in there, and that's it. Are we getting USB-C Mac accessories? I hope so. Do they not normally shut down the Apple Store? Well, not necessarily. They typically only shut down the Apple Store app when they're launching new hardware. So, just something to keep in mind. Okay, so apparently they've started the stream. It doesn't mean the event has started, by the way. They always start with animation. What is this queued up with? So I'm just going to put this behind me so that it can sync up. But I'm not going to make it too big because I don't want to get caught. All right, you see the animations down here in the corner? This is your chance to sync up my live stream with the Apple event live stream. There's always a delay. There's no way around it. I can't fix the delay. But I'm keeping it small so that Apple doesn't catch the live stream. But it's right there, and this is a good opportunity for you to get the animations synced up. I'll put it up here actually. There's the event. Again, I'll have to I can't even leave it like that. I can't show it as I'm reacting to it. But for the animations, I'll leave it up there so that you can sync it up. You think another Mac Pro is coming? I really hope it's new AirPods Max. That would be great. I agree. Um, oh, it might, you know what? We might be over exaggerating, guys. It might simply be that they're adding the Vision Pro to other countries. That's that might be it. That could be the only thing. Um, it feels like just yesterday we had the iPad event. It was yesterday. It was like a month ago. No, less, right? It was like a couple weeks ago. M4 Apple TV. I like the delay. It gives me time to quickly switch over to your tab to see your reaction. Okay, yeah. Do your thing. Do your thing. Apple Store is working in the UK. Okay, maybe it's not that then. It's hard not to get excited when we don't know what the hardware is going to be. A black iMac. There you go. It's just, I still don't want a chin. They dropped millions on the Steve Jobs Theater and then used it for like a handful of live events before COVID, and then it turned into a glorified film set. They still use it for in-house presentations and events and stuff. There's a lot of stuff they use it for that's not public live streams. Someone else says it's not working in the UK. Okay. Apple site working in India. Yeah. 173,000 people waiting on Apple's YouTube stream. Okay. It's happening. It's happening. 5 minutes to go, people. Predictions on what hardware? I'm guessing it won't be huge. It could simply be that they're updating the Vision Pro markets. It could easily also just be new Magic Keyboard and Magic Mouse with Type-C. That's the only change. Everything about it's identical except the port. Best case scenario, USB-C AirPods Max. That would be sweet with lossless support through USB audio. Not quite best case scenario, but another boring / uneventful announcement could be that the new 14-inch MacBook Pro is already got the M4 chip, but not the M4 Pro or M4 Max. Those aren't ready yet. It's possible that they would do a minor refresh like that. There's new polishing cloths. That's what this is. When I think about Apple's monitor lineup, do they feel they need to update it? Oh, yeah. The Pro Display XDR has been dated for a long time. Studio Display has been on sale at Best Buy and Micro Center for the last month or so. Honestly, I wish they could go cheaper, but they probably won't. Studio Display is pretty much as cheap as Apple would be willing to go. But the Pro Display needs an upgrade. They need... Well, maybe they're not sure because they're working on bringing OLED to the Mac. So it's kind of early to bring OLED to a monitor. Maybe they'll do tandem OLED for the Pro Display XDR, and then it'll have more dimming zones and stuff. But yeah, I'll narrate the first few lines of Tim Cook's dialogue to help sync up with the subtitles and everything. Air power is dead. But AI power, whole new thing. Maybe new AirPods Pro. I feel like they don't need to be refreshed. They got Type-C. They can charge via the Apple Watch Puck and MagSafe and Qi. And the rest of the AirPods need to be updated. The older AirPods still have Lightning. Mainly AirPods Max. That's what needs the most attention. They might just have new Apple Watch bands and a new iPhone color. That might be the only reason the Apple Store page is down. But it is down, which means we're very likely getting some kind of new hardware. It doesn't mean exciting new hardware, but probably new cheaper AirPods Max. Oh, you mean Beats. That's what you mean. Imagine these animations were AI generated. It's possible. It's possible. Hello, Tech Foul. I never know how to pronounce that. I'm a college dropout. Is the live stream on YouTube? I believe so, but we're 2 minutes away, so I'm putting in my AirPods Gen 1. Mentally, I've already purchased the new AirPods. I'm just waiting for these to die. That's the only reason I haven't bought the new ones. All right, let's get connected for free. That AirPods connection. All right, I hope you guys are in sync because I'm closing this up. Can I put that by? I should be careful, actually. Let me turn this off. Okay. My audio is on. Oh! Is it? Because I can't hear anything. Now I can hear it. We got some music playing. OBS should be clean. Let's see how big I can make this and still see the chat. 1 minute to go, folks. All of our questions shall be answered. All of your hype will be disappointment. Yeah, Sam Altman is there, apparently. That's what the chat is telling me. I guess if you're really into AI features, that should excite you. I am not, so that doesn't excite me, but yeah. No, I'm on AirPods Pro Gen 1. These are the pros. My original AirPods died a long time ago. 60 seconds. It's gonna begin. We're gonna see Mr. Tim. Apple streams to YouTube in 4K. Oh yeah, live streaming on Twitter sucks. And that's from a Twitter Premium subscriber. Okay, so I'm not a Twitter hater. I just think the live streaming and video portion of Twitter is awful. The quality sucks. Yeah, this could be a new Siri animation they're teasing. All right, 10 a.m. It's time. So the best way to sync up with me is to... oh, Josh LaRose. Finally getting a chance to catch Dub Dub live. Hope you're doing... I'm doing very well. Thank you, Josh. Very unnecessary super chat. So when Tim starts talking, I will start talking in sync with him. So you can get an idea if I'm ahead or behind, and you can pause whichever stream you need to sync up. Like the movie. Okay, I just got the Apple logo. It's just the animation now. Start talking. Oh, we're in the sky. Somewhere over California. We know where that is. Oh, we're in a plane. This was not shot on Oh, God. Craig! Who's fired up? Doctor? Rockwell? It's a skit. It's just fun out there. Craig! They're gonna skydive. Oh my God! It's Phil Schiller. He's back. Phil Schiller is the pilot. Oh, Matt S is gonna love this stream. Wow, what an intro! I love this song. It's Kickstart My Heart. I love these parachutes. I like how Rockwell is the only one with Vision Pro. Kickstart my heart. Love the OG iPod. There is a real Apple plane, by the way. Airplane mode is off. This is probably not shot on iPhone. Apple presents Dub Dub. Wow. Vision OS. tvOS, which wasn't talked about last year. Holy crap. There's Tim. He's on the roof! Wow. Apple Park. Showing us for what promises to be action-packed and memorable WWDC. WWDC marks a moment in the year when we're able to celebrate our global developer community. Developers continue to amaze us. Look for new hardware. Those bezels look thin. Is that a new monitor? It's important for us to provide this community with the newest tools and technologies to do their very best work. All right, there you go. Credible updates to our plan. Sorry, I'm hesitant. This is shot on iPhone. Oh boy. More trailers. Has it been 5 years? Oh my God. I feel old. Whew. When is Severance coming out? Paramount Plus is at the bottom. More ads. I just want a new Severance season, please. The Flower Moon. Palm Royale. I bet Tim Cook loves Godzilla. Lots of fluff. Oh boy, we got trailers right out the gate. Severance! I'm only interested in Severance, I'm sorry. For All Mankind. Oh no, another Brad Pitt movie? That man needs to retire. Angry Jake Gyllenhaal, my favorite. They're gonna fake the moon landing. Oh, they reset him? He's back in. Oh my god. Lady in the Lake. Is that like Lady in the Water? I hope not. Vince Vaughn not being funny? Are they doing another Oceans movie? I was just happy to see Phil Schiller again. Wow, Scarlett Johansson. Didn't expect to see her today. You think Sam Haltman is excited? Oh my god. Vision OS first? Intelligence. They haven't said AI yet. Here we go. Start with Vision OS. That's good. Wait, if they're starting with it, it might be boring. That's not good. Thanks, Tim. Oh, God. I need to watch. This is just like Back to the Future. So I'm going to get killed off. Where they get killed off. Pop the bubbles. He said we'll talk about Intel. You could play chess. Amazing. That's just what I needed. More Jack Black. Hmm. I'm not going to that doctor. Red Bull TV. Oh, God. They never shut that off at Popeyes. And a couple of them are quite good. Is there, though? Is there something? Yeah. Do something! Too! Electric Boogaloo. That's good. Shared experiences. Oh, how many people are we going to talk today? Hi, Haley. So I heard. I look at them. You just do that, basically. That's all you do. What's the new thing? What is that? Oh, it converts 2D to 3D. I Okay. Not a lot of AI. They said machine learning. How does this work? Oh, God. So also wearing a Vision Pro. Okay. Ah, you don't have to press the crown. Whoa. Okay. That might take some getting used to. I love using their Mac. We know this. Ooh. Ultra wide. Oh my God. That's too much. That's way too big. All right. Pretty cool. Neato. Ultra wide. Ultra wide movie theater. Train mode, huh? Okay. Not the AI training I was expecting. Oh God, is that it? Is that all they're doing? Okay, we're not done. We're not done. There's more. Ooh. That makes sense. It's a $3,000 Uno machine. Could you show us what they do? Mm-hmm. Except it's 1080p and 30 frames a second. Does not look like that at all. This is false advertising. What? Oh my God. Apple won't make a camera, but Canon will make an iPhone camera. What was that? A DSLR with the two tiny things. See, that's better. Elephant! He's gonna run into me. You can smell these elephants. Ooh. I like black magic. Whoa. There's two. Why don't you just buy black magic? They look sad. Weekend is sad. Watch a man drowned in 8K. Yeah. That's it, huh? Oh, multi-view and TV app. What is that? I want more of that. Mouse support. Follow your breathing. Keyboard breakthrough. Did you see that? You could see the keyboard through the pass-through. Oh, that tile was the most exciting part. I need more information. Vision Pro. Hey! Sorry, not Austria. All right. It's shipping to more places. Oh boy. Intelligence parts. Yeah, I feel like there's more interesting stuff in Vision OS 2. They just did you see the Swift shadow? Nice attention to detail. He's still in his suit this whole time? Oh my god. So freaking hot. Here we go. Customization? How do they do this? Where's the new wallpaper? How did they do this? Thank you, Craig. Show me the way. Dog. Hey! You can put them on the bottom. Oh my god, they let you put it everywhere. Oh, Android people are gonna love that one. Hey, look at all those apps. So dark. Ooh. Whoa. Love that. That's nice. I like the tint option. Again, phone's becoming more like the other every year. That's clean. Wow. Very cool. You can place apps anywhere. This will please a lot of the people who wanted to make it their own, yeah. Looks clean. That was overdue. Very overdue. Ooh. So rounded, so clean. Oh yeah, there's more. Ooh. Oh, whoa. You swipe up. Weird. Okay. We've done it, Joe. There's a cat. The dog on the wallpapers in the garage, and the door shuts on it. No! Craig! Oh, you keep going. That might confuse people. I'll get used to it. Oh. Text size. Extensible. Ford? Whoa. See, I can. How do you. Oh, they're resizable. Now they're referencing the Mach E. CarPlay on Mach E, anybody? That looks really clean. What? Finally! Oh my god. I'm changing the camera one immediately. What? Holy crap. I've wanted to change those buttons for freaking years. Oh, thank God. Finally changed the frickin' buttons. Yeah. Don't look at my hidden photo library. And the iPhone 10 won't get this feature. Hmm. What if they know the code, but I still don't want them to get in? What other app would it be other than photos? Oh. Krang is so funny. How do you find it? If it's hidden. I'm gonna hide the messages app. That's a lot of emojis. Why is everyone saying you can hide your dating apps from your SO? That's creepy. Y'all need therapy, not iOS 18. LiDAR dryer. Can they sell that, please? Allowing you to lie to your loved ones. They're gonna say RCS. Tap back right on the floor. Get that. Give me some more. How does it work? Oh, just reactions. Emojis. Like Messenger. Oh. Mm. How did you schedule it? I didn't see how he did it. Oh. Formatting. I want to see how they do it. Instead of the whole message. I'm going to use that one a lot where the letters fall apart. Ah. Way. I'm going to make every text jitter just to annoy people. That's great. What? Starlink? Oh. I thought that was already a thing. So texting works for non emergencies? Yeah, tapbacks are important. What if someone hacks the satellite? Aliens. Why did he say SMS? There was no RCS talk there. Forget birthdays thanks to scheduling messages. Like junk. Oh, that's clever. That is smart. I like that. Separating the mail. Apple already said RCS is coming, though. That's not a leak. Yeah, only the iPhone 14 have satellite connectivity. 14 and 15. Nice. That looks handy. Apple already said they're going to have RCS. Apple's looks cleaner than Gmail. I use Gmail and it doesn't look that good. You have to open a menu bar. Oh, it's not ready. Nothing is ready. The Journal app. Oh boy. Ooh. That's cool. 140 megabytes. My God. That's too much. Tap. Ooh, I'm going to do that to everybody. Hmm. I'm just going to steal money from people. Oh boy. I wanted more wallet features. Gamers. I love the way he says it. Oh, yeah, everybody plays that. Whoa. That's a nice controller. Oh boy. Gamers. Oh god. How many photos changes are we going to go through? They are flying through this. Oh god, again? Ugh. They've redesigned photos so many times. Bring it home, Chelsea. Ugh. Don't put it in your back pocket. That's it. Oh. There's no more tabs at the bottom. Oh, now there's tabs. Never mind. Okay. Okay. We don't know that she's pregnant, guys. You're assuming a lot. She could have had a big lunch. Recent. Hmm. I gotta try this out. Ugh. This is gonna confuse people, I can tell. Yeah, filtering out screenshots is good, but You got to know what you're looking at. Shout out to Dawn. Special exclusive Dawn shout out. Yeah, no one's photo library is that clean. That's true. Everyone has a crappy assortment of photos. Not a lot of AI, I got to admit. There's just a lot more tiles and menus. Bless you, Don. Oh, yeah. I'll get the hang of it. I just know a lot of people are going to get really confused. Like, people aren't going to know to keep swiping. It's going to be a bunch of memes. I have mixed feelings about it. Some of it's good. Oh, we're done with iOS? Oh, there it is. RCS, messaging support, right there. I like Control Center. I like the home screen changes. I like the mail changes. What? Larger icons? That seemed like a lot of swiping. Ron Weasley? Wow. We're only 30 minutes in and we're done with iOS. No changes to Siri. That's great. RCS is still green. That's right. Whoa. That's a bold claim. Oh, now they're talking about Siri. So Siri is at the end. So let's talk about Siri. They're talking about her right now. What? So you can answer it by nodding? Oh. Don't hang up on Gam Gam. Gam Gam was calling and he declined it. You're gonna look insane. You're gonna look like a madman. Oh my god. You can talk to... I'm gonna answer on accident all the time. Don't use the last of the turkey meat. I'm saving that for tonight. Shoot. Just nod. Gam Gam got hung up on. What if Gam Gam had fallen on the floor and was trying to call for help? He declined it. Okay. Poor Gam Gam. I hope Gam Gam will recover from this. Well, yeah, did you make a new TV? Shazam. Just Plus? What? Amazon's been doing this for decades. It looks clean, though. Oh, there you go. There's sound. Yeah, can I delete apps, please? That is not how Matt Damon sounds. I want subtitles on at all times. Gosh dang it. How do you make more visuals? Oh, you didn't do that. Okay. That'll be helpful for Chris Nolan movies where you can't hear anything. Ooh, that's clean. Ooh. What's the one from Trying? Wow. That's going to be distracting. I would watch that forever. He's not my favorite Beagle. Redesigned Apple Fitness Plus. FaceTime live captions. That's cool. Uh, Home electricity. What? Oh my god. I feel like all the best stuff is in those tiles at the end, and I don't have any time to read it. Oh my god. Don't look at your watch while upside down. Whew. Where's Kevin? It makes me healthy. Ozempic for Apple Watch. Hmm? Oh, good. More graphs. 55 beats per minute on a bike. Yeah, what the heck? He's way too calm. Effort. Low effort. Kevin! I don't think they've said AI once. It's impressive. He said, we'll talk about intelligence later. The graph said, you tried hard. Oh, that's handy. What? Oh. Oh. They give you off days now. People were asking for that for a long time. I don't think that was an iPhone. I'm gonna just do rest days every day. Mm. Introducing cheat days. What a specialized graph. Goes up and down. Yeah, blood oxygen level. What the heck? Why are they showing that? Seems a little redundant, but okay. Should we show that other woman earlier in the show? She could have helped with this. Okay. Now, back to David to show us the pregnancy feature. What? Why wouldn't I do that? I always take my iPhone out. Apple Watch, you're drinking way too much. You have to get pregnant to utilize watchOS 11. Machine learning, not AI. I'll buy an Apple Watch if I get pregnant. That's my promise to you. I'm home. PregOS. Alcoholic OS. Oh, good. Your Uber is ready to kidnap you. Where is my baby? Aw. He's asleep now. Baby cries. This environment is too noisy. Ah, yes, I loved that cotton candy. How will you know? Intelligently. What an AI feature. Wow. So clean. Vitals. They could still bring the double tap to anything. Don't pinch the baby. You can pinch your watch when you're holding your child. Okay. WatchOS was fairly small. They didn't mention RCS. They just put it on a slide. It just said RCS support. That's all. And it was still green. Oh, here we go. I'm scared. This is going to be the shortest section. Oh, God. We don't need to talk about it. We already added a new Final Cut feature. That's enough. You're welcome. Oh, boy. Oh, with features you saw in iOS. There's the problem. That's the problem. All the things we just talked about. Like what? What the heck is that? Huh? Wow. A new menu bar. What? This is it, huh? Menu bars. All right. Using the power of M4. Like what? Elegantly? That's too fast. I like how he stopped. Even more. You can put menu bars. It's not looking good so far. Ugh. Multitasking? Why bother? Yeah, typical iPad Pro user. Smiley face. Edit. Okay. This is a thing on Mac, by the way. You can. I didn't want that widget there! God dang it. Hope that helps. Alright. Calculator! Ah! Finally! Oh my god. The audience. Ugh. With bigger buttons? History's good. What? The pencil with the calculator? What? Oh, we all have to buy it now. Mathematical impossibility. They're even acknowledging it's weird. $96 times 28 equal. Suck it, math teachers. That, and they're handwritten, which is creepy. Whoa. Okay. That's kind of cool. Teachers are going to hate that. It's like a notes app now. No, it defeats all the... Whoa. You don't have to do math anymore. Okay. This calculator's pretty legit. I just hope it works in picture. Ah. Wow. Students will love it. Teachers will not. Okay, we're not allowed to use this feature in school, kids. Wow. They can calculate the... Oh my god. Students don't have to do any work. This is cool unironically. Not cool ethically. No more thinking required. You need the M4 chip for math notes to work. That's gonna be good. Huh? Wow. Rest in peace, math teachers. Uh, okay. Texas Instruments is sweating right now. Oh, that's creepy. Oh, they still don't look very good, though. We'll just make it text at that point. Hmm? Ooh. L- lying. Look, I wrote this all myself. Wow. Oh. Teacher elimination app. Mm-hmm. Well, calculator was definitely the best part. That's it. Menu bar. Most of these are just text effects. Oh my god. Craig! Craig! Holy crap. He did this all himself. That face tracking wasn't great. What a transition. Uh, I just love the aggressiveness. We're not even an hour in. Weed. Weed! Call it weed! All right, let's see what it is. They're what? What did you just say? Who was right? Redwood? Redwood? Sequoia! Hey! Who said Mike? Mike, who said Sequoia? Someone guessed that. Call it weed. Yeah, we know. Oh. Math notes work on Mac too. Let's see. Let's see. Hmm. Hi, Sequoia. Mm-hmm. This is what Mike asked. Yes! Yes! This is exactly what we were asking for. Yes! Mike, this is exactly what you asked for. Yeah, boy! Oh, love that. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, you lost all your wallpaper customization. Wow. They actually listened to Mike. Wow. Love that. I'm going to use this all the time. Extra ice. No one says that. It just waters down. Wow. What? I thought they did already. Ah, not Duolingo. You missed your Spanish lesson. Oh, that's cool. That's really nice. I love that. What if I want to upload files? Wow. Love that. Nothing. Oh, the force. Wow. Craig is force sensitive? Oh, yes. I can pay off my Apple Card from the Mac now. Wow. That's sweet. Love that. Love that feature. And no, of course it doesn't come to the iPad. Of course. Oh, God, please. Show me, Craig. Yeah. Oh, that's exactly what I was hoping. Ah, and it just moves it to the phone. Wow. I love that. That's such a great feature. Ah, perfecto. Ooh, interesting. I might not like that. Sometimes I hide things on purpose. Hmm. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's good. She looks really happy about that feature. I'll use that. Green screen. Mm, that's a lot of years. Hey, there's the app. Ah, whose password did they show? Yeah, it's on everything. There you go. What? They're okay to mention Windows, but not Android. Hi, Beth. It'll run on everything except the iPad. Ooh, suck it, Chrome. It was. Oh, is it now? It's so private. Yeah, a lot of the leaks were correct so far. Yeah. Like all these Safari features are only on the Mac. Bring Safari to Microsoft. That'd be interesting. It's actually private instead of a little pirate. Mm. Ad block anyone? Oh. Hmm? Oh, that's handy. Thank you. I don't want to have to enter picture in picture every time. Gamers! Ew. Ballers Gate? What? No one plays that. Stop talking about Death Stranding. No one wants to play Death Stranding. It's a walking simulator. What? With AirPods? 2? Okay, how about Halo? You don't need that. There's no games on the Mac. More. Frostpunk. Ubisoft. Is that how it's pronounced? I don't like the way he's pronouncing that. Ubisoft. At the same time, that's better, right? Yeah, it's hard to tell over a live stream, isn't it? Hmm. So clean. Such frames. Oh my god. The iPad just got so much today. It'll cost $300. More games. I don't think this is the last announcement. iPhone mirroring was the best. Never using my phone again. I like how they brought math notes to the Mac as well. but not your iPad. Oh my God. There's too much text. Today. I really want to try the iOS thing. Back to Tim. This is too fast. Here comes the AI crap. Here we go. I think the camera's out of focus. This is definitely shot on iPhone. Oh! He said it. He said the thing. What's he gonna say? When is Sam Altman showing up? Or pie? What? Peep. Peep. What is this acronym? Oh. Personal intelligence. What's going on? Whoa! Now they're talking Siri. This sounds like the Minecraft theme song. Where are we going in space? Yes! Apple. Oh my God. There it is. Apple Intelligence. Here we go. Who called it? Who called it or what? Yeah, like since last June. Oh boy. This is a weird way to announce it. People order our patties. Apple Intelligence. That reveal was just hilarious. I can't help but laugh. I was kidding when I said it. Every day. But not the watch. What? I'm confused. For what? I don't get it. Okay, let's see. Is that an OpenAI logo? Rewrite? Hmm? Even your dog. Make a thumbnail for my video. Make a GIF. Totally original, huh? Oh my god! No! Oh. That's so weird. I don't like that. No. Oh god. I don't like that. That's weird. You don't need to draw anymore. What? The birthday one? God. Delete all pictures. Ooh. Mm. There's just an app there. My wife's boy. Hmm. Yeah, you don't do that, do you? Mm. Deep. Surprisingly little Siri discussion right now. They talked about Siri during the AirPods. Hmm. Sorry, iPhone 15 user. This is still confusing. 15 Pro and M1 and up. No! Guess you need a 15 Pro, huh? You can verify us. This is too vague. What are you saying? Oh my god. It's a PC. You have to take their word for all this crap. If it's used, where's it stored? Who decides who the experts are? He said AI. Don't like that. I don't think Siri's dead. They talked about Siri. There you go. Here it is. And they're all the same thing. Stop talking. The OG. She sounds like AI. Clean. Oh, wait. Good animation. Oh, double tap is back. Oh, 7 a.m. alarm. Oh, yeah. What's iCloud? Summarize the event. It's too confusing. Tell me about screen time. How do I unsend a message? What did you say? Nothing. Can I tell her to just do it then? Hmm. The typing's cool. She can see everything. Oh, thank you. What is the point of living? I can't help with that. How to get Apple TV Plus for free. Very specific. Oh my God. You have way too many photos of Stacy wearing her pink coat in New York. All right. Steery. Can she set alarms? How do I get Mac OS on the iPad? That is a clean animation. Yeah, okay. She knows everything. But we don't store that data. We don't store your data. But we know all of that stuff. How? Hmm. Why don't store the photo? Okay. Who is on the license? One more demo. When are you landing? That's all you need. Okay. I don't know who your mom is. That's nice. I don't know. What do you want to eat? That I forgot about. Seems like a simple plan. Now I don't have to talk to my mom. That's the beauty of Apple Intelligence. I would have had to call her. Mm-hmm. No, the Siri voice hasn't changed. Justin Long? Oh, that's not Justin Long. Hey, I word emails just fine, okay? Siri, how do I turn off Apple Intelligence? Oh, it's actually listening. Shut up. Rewrite it. To what? Just did it again? What if I don't like the changes? Yeah, no HomePod changes. Never. No. Concise. Can I change it to more aggressive? Make this email ruder. What? It just says, don't email your professor. This whole email is pointless. TLDR. Too long. Didn't watch. Discord. Who could have foreseen this? No. That's not how I write emails. His hair looks like the top of a house. We don't know that Apple Intelligence is free, but oh, great. Ooh, I might use that. Cut to the. That's still too long. Just say so and so wants to waste your time. mm. Oh God. How do you know what's important? What? Apple Intelligence is only $5 a day. Oh no! What's the point of do not disturb? Summary, you were uninvited. Summary, you've been fired. Oh boy. I really don't like the images. No, no. That looked so bad. Ugh. AI emoji. What? Genmoji. You can pull it from the cloud. It's not me. Okay. That's less creepy, but still weird. People are going to type horrible things into this. Sad cowboy. Oh my god. Sloth businessman. These suck. No, 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 no. I don't like this. Mm-mm. This is just OpenAI crap. Oh. No, no. Oh, gross. That's not ever going to be the right image. What? No one wants to see that. Oh gosh. Surrounded. Oh, okay. I don't like where this is going. What the heck is even that? Uh, I don't like the way they say totally original. It's only been 30 minutes of AI. Don't like it. Don't like it. No. Looks creepy. This is very different than 30 minutes ago. Oh, there's too many people. Wonder what the viewership is like on the stream. It what? Oh god. No. That was worse in my opinion. The sketch was better. It looks so obviously AI. I don't like that. No. Where have you seen this before? There's too many pictures. Delete your friends. Yeah, slow down. You're gonna fall. Hmm? No, it doesn't. Oh, yeah. Maybe. Photo Plus. Split screen. Oh my god. Apparently, that's the most perfect song. Hmm. They put this logo on everything. Now we're gonna find out how much it costs. Oh no. That would be the knife through the heart. Hmm? Okay. Oh boy. Surprise, I'm recording. Oh, thank God. It's free. Thank God it's free. Still. Uh, oh boy. Here we go. It's a confusing name. It's the new search the web. Hmm. Oh boy. You need a subscription. They're everywhere. Hmm. Oh my God, that's too many words. No. Well, that's nice. They want me to sign up for GPT. So why have an app? Developers. This is a long event. No one do that. I don't like this app. hard to stomach. If it's free, you are the product. I'm just bored. Just feel like no one is good at explaining AI. Even Apple's struggling. Genoji. But no Xcode on iPad. Oh gosh. AI for the rest. Jeez. So it's not on iPhone 15 or older. So it's not ready today, is what it sounds like. So all this stuff only works on the 15 Pro. That's pretty nuts, actually. Hmm. Yeah, a lot of people aren't gonna like that. Whew. If you have a 15 Pro. Only the 15 Pro users get Apple Intelligence. That's crazy. Ugh. Apple said it only works for the 15 Pro. They said you need an A17 Pro or an M1 or later. And it's not, none of the Apple Intelligence stuff is ready yet. Okay. Kickstart. Oh, Phil's back in the plane. He's gonna bomb Apple Campus. Shot on iPhone. Edited on Mac. No iPad involved in production at all. That makes sense. Too big a project to fit. Okay. Event is over, I believe. Sometimes they put little Easter eggs at the end. Doesn't look like it happened today. The calculator app was better than we thought, but yeah, the rest of iPadOS was pretty disappointing. I mean, the calculator is not just an average calculator. The math notes and stuff was pretty good, but okay, I think I'm good to show this now. All right. Yeah, no talk about HomePods. Do they have anything ready yet? It doesn't seem like they do. Okay. Let's try and use Watch the live event. Insight for tvOS. AirPods get nodding. They got a nod. To answer phone calls, you can nod or shake your head. Whew. Let's make every Apple event so much funnier and nicer to watch. Thank you. I hope I was able to bring some comedy to it. Yeah, as always, iPadOS is a big disappointment. I would say the, what do you call it? Lock screen, the wallpaper changes with the home screen, letting you put apps anywhere. Long overdue, but kind of a big deal. It's the first time they're finally letting you do that. How do we use satellite while texting? You just point the phone up, I guess. They don't seem to have a page up for iOS 18 yet. I'm looking. I can't find it. So I guess they need time. No products in this event. Yeah, that's interesting. Why did the Apple Store go down? I'm guessing it was just because of the Vision Pro launching in more countries. Yeah, the store is back up. Obviously, no real changes there. iPhone mirroring might be my favorite feature. You can just control my phone without even picking it up. Okay, let's see how the public is. Apple Watch compatibility, I guess, took a hit. Every part. I don't think every part was shot. It says all presenters, locations, and drone footage shot on iPhone. So why was Sam Altman there? Just to watch? Is iMessage satellite texting free? I don't think they mentioned that. I'm guessing free for 2 years, but we've never seen what it costs yet. Boy. I'll make myself small when there's something to show. There's nothing here yet. They don't have anything about iOS 18. Maybe if I manually type it in. Watch this. Yep, there's still iOS 18 page, so nothing to show yet. Sam Altman tweeted that he's happy to be partnering with Apple to integrate ChatGPT into their devices later this year. Integrated into Apple Intelligence. Oh my God, that's hilarious. Maybe it's shot on iPhone 16. There you go. As usual, iPadOS was underwhelming. Calculator app was neat, but that's about it. It's funny that Sam showed up but wasn't in the presentation. I thought they said that won't be ready till later. They give instructions on products and stuff. WatchOS, what's new? They added a Vitals app and a effort measurer. Seemed very minor to me. I usually try to figure out what the headlining feature is for each update. For the iPad, it's the calculator. I would say for the iPhone, it's the home screen. Apple Intelligence, I think my biggest issue with it is it requires a 15 Pro. So many people with iOS are not on a 15 Pro that it's like, really? All these new improvements to Siri and all the help me with this device thing that doesn't work if you have an iPhone 15 Plus? Jeez. Messages app got some new features. I would say it was the home screen updates. Yeah, iPhone 15 Plus and regular 15 and all older iPhones not getting Apple Intelligence is still pretty shocking to me. I'm still waiting for a actual publication, but they don't have them yet. Do I have to scroll to the bottom of 17 to get the preview? I also didn't hear much about compatibility. Site is not ready. No hardware, no. It requires 8 gigs of RAM, really. Why? iPhones always come out in September. This is a developer conference. iOS 18 preview page is live, but where? Let me type it in. Calculator. Where is it? Darn thing. If I type in 17. Maybe that's why they didn't mention it. Ah. No airtime for RCS. Yeah, I don't think they're proud of it, but they did show it. Where is the URL? Press release. Okay, thank you. We got it. Let me switch this over. Yeah, the new themes where you can set the color for all the apps on the home screen. You can put apps wherever you want. Long overdue. Glad you can do it. Jeez. These are things that everybody should get. I can finally switch these bottom toggles. That was a long wait. I'm not sure how I feel about the new Photos app. I'm not convinced this will be simpler, easier. You can add bold, italics, underlining to the text messages and all. It's funny how they... Oh, here you go. The Messages app now supports RCS for richer media and more reliable group messaging compared to SMS. Messages via satellite for the times when cellular and Wi-Fi aren't available, powered by the same. From the Messages app, it puts a little dynamic island up and says, point it this way. Cool. Which iPads will have Apple Intelligence? The ones with the M1 chip and newer. So, M1, M2, and M4 iPads. If you don't have one, you don't get Apple Intelligence. Enhancements to Mail. I kind of like this design where it categorizes them. For the Passwords app is also on iPhone. Locking more apps. But I need the compatibility list. You're saying it's on the main page? Oh, God. I hate how they're showing this like everybody's going to have access to it when you need a 15 Pro. Feels like they're really trying to push sales for the 15 Pro for Apple Intelligence. Okay, let's check compatibility. Yeah, it says Apple Intelligence at the top, says AI for the rest of us, coming in beta this fall. Let me make sure I understand it correctly. Yeah. So the oldest device that's getting it is MacBook Air M1 and the Mac Mini and M1 and stuff like that. So M chips, all the M chips seem to have it, but you need an A17 Pro to have it. Wow. Yeah, you're 14 Pro. Even a regular iPhone 15 isn't good enough. You're already getting software locked out of a pretty massive upgrade, in my opinion. The upgraded Siri that understands context better and stuff. This I don't care as much about. This is cringy. Jeez. Yeah, rewrite articles and stuff. Okay, don't care about this. Let's go to iOS 18. AI for some of us. The cache thing was cool. TV app. Where's compatibility? Where's compatibility? What the heck? Did I miss it? Hey, it goes back to the 10R. All right. So everybody who got iOS 17 should get iOS 18. That's what this is telling me. World Travels, thank you for the super chat. Is there anything announced today that would make the iPads Pro more desirable if you already own an M1? No, I don't think so. Let me find math notes. KJ, thank you for the super chat. Can you explain why Apple Intelligence isn't on Vision Pro when AI is available for all these devices? I don't know. Vision OS is just behind, I guess. That is confusing, though. Vision OS didn't really get... Vision OS got thrown to the bottom here. There's not a lot to talk about. I guess they're behind the times. WatchOS 11 I think it was Burkhart told me this, very limited on compatibility. Yeah, you need a Series 6 or newer. So Series 4 and Series 5 do not get watchOS 11. That was quick. 5 wasn't that old. Was it? I guess it was kind of old. Yeah, watchOS is Series 6 or SE2 or newer. So no Apple Watch SE first gen support, no Series 4, no Series 5. That's pretty surprising, actually. Yeah, how about Sequoia compatibility? Be curious about that. Still works on the iMac Pro. Hey, I still have one of those. AI for the rest of us Pro users. My iMac Pro gets another year of support. I was not expecting that at all. That's funny. But what does the iPhone mirroring work on? Coming later this year, drag and drop between. Let me see. Doesn't say it requires a certain version, maybe. Number one. Available on Mac computers with Apple Silicon and Intel-based Macs with a T2 security chip. My iMac Pro does. Requires that your iPhone and Mac are signed in on the same Apple ID using two-factor authentication. They're near each other, have Bluetooth and Wi-Fi turned on, and your Mac is not using AirPlay or Sidecar. Okay. That's funny that they were able to get that onto Intel, too. It says 2020 and later for MacBook Air. 2018 and later for the Mac Mini. So Intel-based Mac Minis are still getting Sequoia. And Intel-based iMacs, they're still there. Nice. iMac Pro is the GOAT. Came out in 2017, and we're getting updates into 2025. That's 7 years of support. Nice. Passwords app is available on Windows. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah. When will devs be able to update? I don't know. It should be today, but there's a lot of features that aren't ready yet. Yes or no with AirPods, hands-free Siri interactions. Okay, do we care about iPadOS? Just got the big calculator app. That's pretty much it. Yeah, I'm so hyped about that Apple show of a guy drowning in 8K. Yeah, that one looks good. Luckily, they brought over you can put apps anywhere, but I still don't like the spacing of these widgets and stuff. The Photos app looks horrible on the screen that big. That's not well optimized. The calculator is definitely the best part. Rest in peace to the non-Pro 15 buyers. Yeah, that's not fair. I don't like that. Ooh. iPad Mini 5 or later. Budget iPad 7 or later. iPad Air 3. I don't think... iPad Pro 11-inch or later. So that applies to the 2018 iPad. So, yeah, that shouldn't be that leaving that many devices behind. What AirPods get the nod? Oh, that would have been a good question. The compatibility is always the part they don't want to talk about, isn't it? The calculator is definitely the best. It's so sad. Yeah, but I wasn't getting my hopes up. Yeah, this one said coming later this year, the categorization. Game mode, which I still don't really get. It makes it better at gaming. Okay, do I need to activate that, or shouldn't you just do that? Why do you need to tell me about that? Personalized spatial audio. On AirPods Pro 2nd generation, you'll have the ability to simply nod your head. Oh! So you need the newer AirPods Pro. So if you're on the so it doesn't apply to all AirPods. Is it only AirPods Pro 2 that support that? No other pair of AirPods support it? I don't see any fine print. Apple Intelligence will come to 14 Pro next year, Drew. Really? Did it say that? I didn't see that. Show me where it says that. That's news to me. It says Apple Intelligence will be available in beta on 15 Pro, 15 Pro Max, and iPad and Mac with M1 or later as part of iOS 18, iPadOS 18, and macOS Sequoia. Yeah, so Apple Intelligence isn't ready today, even if you have the developer. Moon River says, my 15 Plus was really expensive, dude. To be fair, I told no one to buy the 15 Plus. I said that was a horrible deal. I did tell a lot of people to buy the regular 15, though. I thought that was great. I'm surprised that they decided that the A17 Pro was the chip you needed. Wow. It says it's open beta for the 15 Pro and Max. I wonder if it's full release for them more. I don't think that's what it says. It says it will be available in beta on the 15s this fall. Nowhere does it say coming. You know, this is where they would say it's compatible. It'll only be available in the US initially. Randy blames me. But I mean, do you really want these features, Randy? Come on now. Typing to Siri. Coming up with cringy AI photos to text people. Come on, who wants to look at those pictures? A17 Pro is technically an M series. No, I don't think it is. It's an A series. Everything else is capable of handling that hardware load. To me, that seems like a software locking thing. There's not a lot of differences between A17 Pro and A16 on the hardware level. I think that's them trying to push sales. You want to send pictures of AI versions of yourself? Friendly, professional, concise. I don't think that many people are going to use this. Generate summaries of your transcripts. Reduce interruptions. Yeah, I would admit the AI is not as insightful or as interesting as I thought it would be. Randy, you can still do all of that on your MacBook. Your MacBook gets Apple Intelligence. Good to know iPhone XR is getting 7 years of OS support. Google and Samsung talk the talk, but Apple's already walking the walk. 8 gigs of RAM is a must to do large language models. Really? Because everyone told me 8 gigs of RAM is useless. They'll consider increasing the compatibility list like Stage Manager. Yeah, maybe. Oh, you got them all right up here. Is there more neural cores on A17 Pro? Apparently they're twice as fast. I don't think there's more of them, but... so many things to talk about. It's going to be hard to condense this into a recap video. Not getting an iPhone 16 this year. You will in September. Oh my god. How many times do I have to say it? iPhones don't come out in June, people. It once again solidifies macOS is the best. That's right. So a $700 MacBook gets Apple Intelligence. $600 iPad from 2 years ago gets Apple Intelligence. But a $1,000 iPhone from today does not. That's funny. Here's what I found on ChatGPT. Most likely the RAM requirements than the actual processor. I guess. Yeah, me and Randy should trade phones. That's it. People are saying there's no dev betas yet. I'm sure they're working on launching them as soon as they can, but... They're going to put M1 on the iPhones. They consume too much power. It's like a different number of efficiency cores on A chips versus M chips. Okay, I'm turning on the fan just to cool down. Why is there no hardware? Because it's a software-focused event, and we got a bunch of hardware last year. There was no hardware to announce, I think. So if the new Siri doesn't help you, it will suggest using ChatGPT, which will be free. But it also says, check important info for mistakes. This is what Snazzy Labs is noticing. What do I think of the new icon customization? Yeah, it's great. Yeah, I like the non-Apple Intelligence stuff for iOS 18. I like the iPhone mirroring. this is cool. Letting you finally put apps anywhere is good. Letting you schedule text is nice. I don't put that there. Most people aren't getting that. Mac accessories did not change. Ugh. Yeah, iPadOS 18, of course, was a big disappointment. Icon tinting is the same as material theming. I would say it looks better, but yeah, it's very similar. It's just you pick a color. But yeah, the execution of it is pretty clean, which I like. M1 only has 11 tops in the neural engine, less than the A16 has, so that can't be the reason. Yeah, it's probably a RAM thing. They just decided we can only do Apple Intelligence if you have 8 gigs of RAM. Whoa, Darden, thank you for the super chat. Does satellite messaging mean we can text on airplanes without services now? I think you need direct line of sight, so no, it wouldn't work on a plane. Can we drag and drop OP files between devices with iPhone mirroring like they did? It said that's not ready yet, but yeah, they did say that. Can we drag and drop OP files between devices? I don't know what. I don't think the iPhone would be able to send anything to the Mac necessarily, unless you just use traditional AirDrop. But oh yeah, this wouldn't be in iOS 18. This would be in Sequoia. There'll be a new taskbar on the iPad. Ooh, taskbar. It looks exactly the same, honestly. Akko, thank you for the super chat. The 7th gen iPad supports iPadOS 18. It has the same CPU as iPhone 7. It does? Is it? The A10? AirPods can already be hearing aids. Is Apple Intelligence on-device processing, or does it require an internet connection like Galaxy AI? I think it's on-device, is what they said. I don't think it's a server. Yeah, it says coming later this year. Move files, photos, and videos between your iPhone and Mac as easily as you drag and drop between apps on Mac. So I love this. I will use this a lot, honestly. You can just put the iPhone right there on the screen and control it remotely. I'd switch if they gave me a Pixel. Yeah, because I know they won't. Google tried not to bring Gemini to the regular Pixel 8, even though it had 8 gigs of RAM. Then people got angry and Google brought support for it. Oh, interesting. It's on device. Taskbar is the new file menu. I don't know. It doesn't look that different from iPadOS in its current form, in my opinion. You can just share windows if you want. You can do background replacements, which is an age-old feature. The windows move out a little bit. This is going to be a long video. Gosh. Do I like the new wallpaper? I don't even see them. I guess, yeah. They're fine. A little more colorful now. With the sequoias. You think they're going to keep locking it to the Pro version? Oh, they said the 6th gen has the same chip as the iPhone 7. I think the standard 16 will get AI, assuming it has A17 chip. Probably. I'm shocked that they software locked it that high. You can control an iPad with your eyes. Yeah, I thought that was a feature. Sharp as a Mac. Okay, we get it. We get it. This is pretty much the only beta I might actually install, because I can pull my iMac Pro out of retirement and throw Sequoia on there. It's just a RAM thing, which is just a loophole they're using to follow the EU regulations. What? Apple Watch Ultra 1 will get WatchOS 11. It's not that old. Very Christianity wallpaper. Oh. Every time you look at a Mac, we want you to think of God. Scheduling text is nice. Apparently, iOS 18 beta just dropped, so that's good. Would have been cool to have iPhone mirroring an iPad. Yeah, but it's an iPad. Don't expect it to do things. That's against the rules. I want to read more about the texting over the satellite. So it sounds like they're letting you text. This is a different font. They're using a thinner San Francisco font. It's driving me nuts. Okay. You can put the apps in a row. You can customize the lighting of it. Lock hidden apps, that's nice. Control center's been tweaked quite a bit. You can make things bigger. Ooh, I like that one. Build your own groups, move them around. Animate just the text instead of the whole message. Stay connected when you're without Wi-Fi or cellular. Yeah, let's read more about that. You need an iPhone 14 or later, of course, because they have the modems for it. iMessage or SMS without cellular or Wi-Fi. When texting people on iMessage, you'll be able to use key features like sending and receiving messages, emoji, tap backs. All your iMessage sent over satellite. Okay. What's the one, though? What is the fine print? Will be available on iOS 18 along with our existing satellite features in the US on iPhone 14 or later. So they're not talking about charging for it. I don't think it's a paid feature then. But yeah, RCS is coming. I think they're using a regular iPhone 15, and then they use a 15 Pro when they're talking about Apple Intelligence. TV app. Okay. Whew. How come we don't have to pay for betas anymore? I thought you did. I think you need an Apple developer account. Do you not? We pressured Apple into lowering the requirements for Stage Manager. Yeah. I don't know. It might be one of those things that costs a lot. The AirPods feature is cool. It just sucks that it's only on AirPods Pro 2nd Gen and literally no other pair of AirPods has this. Downloading iOS 18 dev beta now. Cool, congrats. Let me see what Twitter's saying. They didn't even say the words RCS. It was just on a little tile at the end. Could be useful. So Siri uses ChatGPT when she's confused. You can create your own emojis, but only with a 15 Pro. Yeah, this is a mess. Jeez. Oh, you don't need to pay for dev betas now. Fun. That's cool. I don't know if I want to. I'm nervous. Even if you have an Apple Watch Series 9 but lower than iPhone XS, watchOS won't work as it says it requires a XS or later. Well, who would buy a Series 9 and still be using a 10? Oh, yeah. They did technically say it for a second. ChatGPT cost eventually creeps into Apple One cost? Possibly. I have to live with a buggy iPhone for horrendous battery life. Okay. What else are people noticing before I start the recap video? So people are saying Apple Intelligence killed a bunch of things, but it only works on 15 Pro or M chips, which is kind of limiting, in my opinion. To not even give it to a regular iPhone 15, which they still sell. Apple will support iOS RCS, okay. 18 things. Colored icons some people don't like. Yep. Apple Intelligence is not going to be included with this update, correct? It says that it's not, it's going to be in beta in the fall, so it's not in beta even now. All iPhones from iOS 17 are still supported. iPad Pro from 2017? I don't think that's what it said. I didn't see 10.5-inch iPad Pro in the list. Oh, you're saying iPad Pro from 2017 and the iPad 6 are out. MacBook Air from 2018 and 19 are out. And the worst thing is the Apple Watch Series 4, 5, and SE1 are out. Interesting. You do not have to be a paid developer to get these new betas today. Interesting. That's not how it used to be. I'm not sure if I want to. It's cool that They didn't talk much about it, but you can see your keyboard now in Vision OS 2. They have it down here. Spatial delivery. Oh my god. They can turn 2D images into 3D images. You can edit spatial videos in Final Cut, but that's not ready. New gestures for going home. I thought they said the 2018 Air was out. I think the MacBook Air is 2020 and newer, not 2018 is too old. Some new gestures. Oh my god. Where do I even begin? More Mac virtual display options to make it ultra wide. Apple Intelligence not coming to non-English speakers. Yeah, not right now. Get things done in Bora Bora. Oh, no thanks. New accessories compatibility. Oh yeah, you can connect a mouse directly to it now. Ooh, that looks bad. To be able to enjoy more accurate skin tones and vibrant clothing colors. Use AirPlay to mirror Apple Vision Pro. A lot of people are downloading it now. Yeah, I would not buy a 15 Pro today just for Apple Intelligence because it's not going to be available in the developer beta, and by the time it is available, the iPhone 16 will be out. So definitely does not affect my recommendation. They didn't. Did they show the part with the keyboard? Yeah, right here. See your keyboard in any environment. When you're immersed in an environment, Vision OS 2 recognizes and reveals your Magic Keyboard. That's what the Quest did for years. So that's pretty obvious. This also is not ready yet. Coming later this year. Wraps around you. Requires a Mac with software release coming later this year. So that's not even ready. So if you have a Vision Pro, it's probably not worth... How does it mask out the keyboard if you're on a Mac? Does it? I only see it with the isolated keyboard. When we'll be able to mirror iPhone, iPad, or Apple Watch to the external display Vision Pro. To the external display. You can do it on the internal one if it's an iPhone or iPad on the same network. Which is kind of weird. Oy vey. Going over the settings app. See the reviews, and if you like it, buy a 15 Pro for cheaper, or just get a 16 Pro. Okay. Oh, this is going to be tough. This is going to be a tough recap. My God. It's going to be a long video. Let me check my storage. I'm going to make sure I have space. Whew. I need to delete some things. Yeah, I should have taken that off sooner. Apparently there's a big file in... okay, let me double check. I wish I could arrange and recently deleted the files by size. Because some of these photos I like to have on backup just in case. How much do I gotta? I record way too many things. So many videos. I usually delete them immediately, but somehow there's still more back here. Can't tell. Just some wedding pictures. We don't need those. I kid. probably that one. Let's see. The dynamic island gets used when you're trying to text over satellite. Why not do the video separate on each OS? Because not each OS is that interesting. Let's see. Update. I want to download the beta, but don't want to mess up my only phone. Just wait. Just wait. That's what I'd recommend. Okay. I don't see anything terribly important in here, so I'm just going to empty it. Okay. iPadOS is truly useless. Yeah, they didn't bring the journal app, did they? All right, we got lots of room for storage now. Let's give this a try. Let's go. It is time. AirPods are out. You need beta updates to be on to be able to download it, but keep in mind, guys, a lot of the new features are not ready yet. It seems like a lot of things today were just in the development phase, and they're not sure if we're gonna have to wait for months for them to actually roll out. But okay, phone is my camera. Light on, light off. The clapper. People are emailing me. My goodness. Plugging my mic in. Oh, as a reminder, this is the part of the stream where I record the recap video, and because it's difficult for me to keep up with the chat, I change it to members only mode. So if you don't want members only chat, goodbye. Thank you all for watching. Thanks for tuning in. But if you do want to stick around, I'll be here. I'll be streaming, and the members will be chatting amongst themselves for a little bit. Okay. Let me turn on the Zoom. Make sure everything's working properly. Oh my God. How do I summarize this whole thing? Okay. Compatibility, I think, is the main point you want to lead on in these recap videos, because it's something that Apple doesn't bring up much. You have to go and read the website yourself. So, yeah, okay. Thank you for those of you sticking around. But the point is, I'm not going to be able to read the chat while I'm recording anyway. So I appreciate you wanting to send messages, but it would be kind of redundant and that's unnecessary. Let's see. I'm downloading it as soon as possible. I don't care about the risk. Because my phone is a work phone and I'm literally going to be recording with it right now, I will not be getting the updates today. Chris says, I'm not a member and I can't type. How did I read it, Mr. Slusher? Okay, so there's lots of tools online. You guys can look up yourselves how to install beta updates. I'm going to start filming now, so sit tight. There's no mandatory memberships, but I'm going to update the chat now so that we can slow down the activity. Okay, members only on. Thank you to our channel members for helping out. And can AI be used daily on 15 Pro and above? Can the subsequent digital series 16 be used? I would assume so. I don't know why they wouldn't let you do it on the 16, but yeah. Okay. I'll be here. I'll be talking. Let me get the camera ready. Wow. Okay. It's been a while. I've been live for a few hours now. Cameras. Good to go. All right. Feel free to talk amongst yourselves. I'm going to use the restroom right before we begin, so sit tight and I'll be right back. All right? See you around. Drew, jump scare. I'm back. Okay, fans turning off. I feel relieved. Oh my god. Apple will partner with SeaWorld to bring more open ocean facts to our software. Oh my god. I'm glad you're talking amongst yourself. Okay, I think I'm ready to go. So sit tight. Let's begin. Apple, you didn't really have to call it Apple Intelligence. I was only kidding earlier when I. Good morning! We have so many exciting updates to talk about. It was a joke, Tim. It was a joke. Just because it starts with A doesn't mean it has to be Apple. A is for Apple. Okay, this just confuses everybody. Let's just begin. There was so many new features and things to talk about in today's event. There's no way I'm going to cover everything, so I'm just going to be highlighting what, in my opinion, are the most noteworthy things, the biggest things to take away from this event. And let's start with the biggest one that affects all of us, iOS 18, and I'll be bunching in iPadOS 18 as well. There were a lot of changes with this update that just kind of felt like about time. They're not new things. They're definitely things we've seen elsewhere, but it's nice to finally have them natively on our phones. And the good news is, from the beginning, every device that ran iOS 17 will now run iOS 18. This includes the XR, the XS, and the XS Max. Yeah, they're getting 7 years of software support. Good on you, Apple. Probably not as many of the new features, but that's going to be kind of everybody. We'll talk about that later, but we're getting home screen customization, so you can finally put apps anywhere where you want to put them. Only took them freaking like 15 years, but yeah, we finally have something that Android has had from the beginning. This was long overdue. I've been asking for it for a while, and even dark mode is applied to apps on the home screen, so things can look a lot more darker when it's nighttime. Or you can change them to all have a certain accent color to somewhat match whatever your wallpaper is. It's kind of like Material You, but with the Apple skin. And of course, Apple's paint on UI and interaction is always really clean. Also, quite a fair amount of changes with Control Center, letting you customize the number of tiles and different windows for now playing controls, and you can add more tiles to it. There's supposed to be lots of new APIs for developers to come up with their own Control Center toggles and widgets. Finally, by the way, they're letting you change those little camera buttons, those little toggles from your lock screen that used to have the flashlight and the camera. I've been wanting to change those since the iPhone 10 launched way back in 2017. They're finally letting me do it. Hallelujah. Again, about time. They're also changing a lot with iMessage. Of course, they confirmed that RCS is part of iOS 18 as well. But an interesting side note is they're bringing the satellite support, which you need an iPhone 15, which you need an iPhone 14 or newer to access. Now just a basic iMessage. So you can text people if you don't have Wi-Fi or cellular, but you do have line of sight of the sky. That is required for the satellite feature to work. And there's also no talk on if this is a paid feature. So as far as I can tell, this is just a free, able to text over satellite networks now via iMessage or SMS. They didn't mention RCS as part of the satellite thing, but kind of cool that if you're out in the wilderness and you just need to send a text message for a non-emergency, you can now. You can now, assuming you have an iPhone 14 or newer. And you have line of sight in the sky. So just remember, you can't be on a plane and suddenly be able to send text messages without using the crappy airline Wi-Fi network, because you won't have line of sight of the sky. They're letting you like bold, italicize, underline, and animate individual messages now. And of course, the big one that was leaked and turned out to be true, you can now schedule texts, which I know a lot of people were asking for. Thank God we're finally getting it. Again, about time. Same mindset with iPadOS 18 as well. Very disappointed, very little changes. Mainly just wanted to talk about menu bars most of the time. It wasn't that interesting in my opinion, but it finally got a calculator app. Craig seemed to be memeing the fact that it's like finally here. It took them way longer than it should have, and it's also way cooler than we expected. There's a lot of graphing calculator features and a new feature they called Math Notes, so that with your Apple Pencil you can be doing graphs or logs or divided, and whenever logs or division, and whenever you put an equal sign or whenever you line up a bunch of numbers and put a line underneath them, it just automatically can add them up. And everyday math, it seemed like kind of a teacher's worst nightmare. These are not the kind of features that teachers are going to like seeing in class, because once again, calculator app can kind of do all the work, but even more so now with like the recognition of handwriting and all the Apple Pencil features. It's like not only can you just type in numbers to do math, now you can put in really complex equations and it'll just crank them out. Seems like iPadOS 18 is coming to most old iPads, but they're definitely not supporting the 2017 iPad Pros anymore, nor are they supporting the iPad 6th generation. So a couple of iPads didn't make the cut, but iPad Mini 5 should be good. The 2018 iPad Pros and newer should be good. And apart from some new SharePlay features that let you kind of control someone else's iPad remotely if you're trying to do troubleshooting, yeah, not a lot of changes. Other than, I guess, they're bringing over all those same home screen and control center features from iOS 18 to iPadOS as well. Wow, feature parity, I know. But still pretty nuts that they won't bring the Journal app to the iPad, even though it's on the iPhone for 2 years in a row now. Probably the most meh thing about the whole iOS, iPadOS 18 thing for me is the Photos app. I'm not in love with the redesign, at least at first glance. Maybe I need to try it out first, but they said their whole goal of it was to try to make the Photos app more simple by eliminating that menu bar at the bottom, but now there's just a lot more hidden menus and a lot more side scrolling to go on. And maybe it just takes some getting used to, but first impressions make me go, it's neat that I can filter out the screenshots and stuff, but I could see everyday people that I know of that are going to get very confused now because of this redesign. And I hope that the masses kind of adjust to it somewhat quickly. Another fairly big disappointment for me was Vision OS 2, which I guess I shouldn't have expected much. The product just launched 4 months ago, so it's not like they had a lot of time to add new things, but pretty much the majority of the changes are with Mac Virtual Display. You can go ultra wide now. Okay, that's good. The Mac display is bigger. It masks out keyboards if you have them so that you can still see them when using an environment. They added Bora Bora, which of course we all need to go to as soon as possible. And they mainly talked about new developer kits that they're designing to allow for more flat top apps and building in personas directly into apps a bit easier. But overall, not a ton of new features with Vision OS 2, which is likely why it's sitting at the bottom of the website. I guess you can AirPlay your iPhone and iPad display to the Vision Pro display. Not exactly sure why, but I don't know. For something that has as much room to grow as spatial computing, I was a little bit let down by Vision OS 2. What I was decently surprised by, though, was macOS Sequoia, which appears to be running on fairly old Intel Macs still into 2024 and 2025, including my own personal iMac Pro. I thought it was dead. I was convinced it was going to die on Sonoma, but nope. Even after 8 years, my iMac Pro is still going to be getting support through macOS Sequoia, which is really cool. Great name, by the way. I totally called it on the podcast. I mean, it was a safe guess, but my favorite feature of Sequoia by far has to be iPhone mirroring. Basically, Apple now lets you control your iPhone directly from the Mac as long as your iPhone is somewhat nearby, but it can be in nightstand mode. It'll stay locked in a bag. As long as it's nearby, you can control apps and move files from your Mac to the iPhone directly just by running your iPhone in a little mirrored window, which I would use all the time, especially for a bunch of social media apps and things that are not very good or well optimized on my Mac. Now I can just access them and use my trackpad on the MacBook to act like a touchscreen for the iPhone. So basically, iOS is now on the Mac, which is pretty cool. And the compatibility seems pretty back. And the compatibility dropped a few older Intel Macs, so you need a 2020 MacBook Air later. But there's still some Intel Mac Minis as well as some Intel MacBook Pros that are still getting some Intel MacBook Pros that are still supporting macOS Sequoia, which is nice to see. And of course, all the new iMessage features that they dropped for iOS 18 will be on macOS as well, goes without saying. And presentations got a little bit more up to date with the whole screen sharing functionality. Now you can share just one window in your presentation instead of your whole desktop, and you can change the background and do the classic, Zoom call green screen effect if you don't want to show what's behind you. Not necessarily new things, but things that just should probably be built in and baked in by default. Probably the biggest surprise when it comes to backwards compatibility is watchOS 11. In my opinion, not that massive of an update. They just added a Vitals app to kind of give you bullet points on the most crucial health data you've provided the Apple Watch. And they track like your effort comparison to previous workouts. Nothing that seemed that massive of a deal. And I guess some new watch faces that just use a little bit more machine learning to pick out the photos and pick a nice background for them and give them a little bit of styling. But just a handful of nifty little features, and yet they dropped support for the Apple Watch Series 5, the Series 4, and the first generation Apple Watch SE. So you need now an Apple Watch Series 6 or later to run watchOS 11 just to access some, like translation app live activity. Like, I didn't think anything in watchOS 11 was very noteworthy or very game-changing. Seemed like a fairly simple basic update that just happened to kill off a bunch of support for Apple Watches that were not that old, in my opinion. The Series 5, I believe, came out in 2019, but so did the iPhone XS and XR. So did the iPhone 11, which is easily getting iOS 18. Even the iPhones that came out in 2018 are getting iOS 18, but not the Apple Watches, which is a bit of a shame because I didn't think they were that old, and I know a lot of people personally that are still rocking Series 4s and 5s that are probably going to be a little fed up now overall. Pretty much the only big change that I think is noteworthy for the new pretty much the only big change to AirPods that I thought was fairly noteworthy is that that they're letting you respond to like Siri's requests just by shaking your head or nodding. But it only works on the AirPods Pro 2nd generation, which is very specific. Really wish they would have updated AirPods Max today. They're very dated. They were dated since day one. But specifically, if you have the 2nd generation AirPods Pro, you can like hear that a phone call is coming in and just decline it like that or answer it like that. I feel like people are going to answer a lot of calls they didn't mean to, depending on how good this thing is at detecting head motion. But yeah, kind of cool. Kind of cool, I guess, that you can respond that easily and without having to say anything out loud. You might look kind of like a crazy person, though, and you might unintentionally knock the AirPods out of your ears. I know I have. But that brings us to the last thing Apple talked about today, which was a huge can. But that brings us to the last thing Apple talked about. But that brings us to the last thing Apple talked about today, which was a huge can of worms. Apple Intelligence. Yes, just a few weeks ago, I did a skit where I joked that they would call it that, and I was just trying to sound stupid and silly, and they actually did it. I did not have a source. I did not try to leak this by any means. It straight up just sounded like something Apple would do, and now they've done, which is kind of weird, I have to admit. But from the beginning, something Apple is not telling you, from the beginning, I just have to clarify that all of the Apple Intelligence features that affect the entire ecosystem, they require an iPhone 15 Pro or an M series chip, okay? And these only apply to the iPhone, the iPad, and the Mac. There's no Apple Intelligence coming to the Apple TV. There's no Apple Intelligence coming to Vision Pro, which is bizarre because they have an M2 chip, but I find it personally a little bit shocking that they decided Apple Intelligence features are only going to be available if are not going to be available on an iPhone 15 regular or a 15 Plus. Any iPhone 14, 13, 12, any of those older iPhones are not getting these features as far as I can tell. And none of them are really ready yet today anyway. Even if you plan on installing the developer beta today, Apple Intelligence is not ready. I'm guessing this is all happening so fast because the partnership with ChatGPT and OpenAI was not that long ago. But yeah, essentially it's Apple just kind of rethinking Siri for the most part. Like you can text Siri now just by double tapping the home bar at the bottom. And there's a lot more generative AI features where you can just highlight a bunch of text. Again, this is on iPad, iPhone, or Mac. And it's supposed to again, this is on iPhone, iPad, or Mac. For mail and notes, you can highlight it and have it change the tone or simplify it. And this is supposed to be all done locally. This is not meant to be sent up to a server somewhere. They spent a lot of time doubling down on how they're trying to make the cloud more secure. Felt like a lot of fluff and hard to believe stuff to me, but the whole OpenAI partnership is them saying that if it's a query where you're asking for a recipe about something, or you want to use AI imagery when sending text to people, which looked really cringy and really embarrassing, that is just pulling data, I suppose, from ChatGPT 4.0, which I hate the name of personally. Also, is the AI in OpenAI supposed to stand for Apple Intelligence now? I don't get it, but yeah, lots of little things that all kind of stack up, I suppose. You can ask for more context and it will just remember, I guess, the emails or calendar events you have on file, and somehow, with it still being on device, secure and private, it can tell you and understand context when you're having a conversation with Siri now that just says, I remember when your mom's flight is landing, and it gives you real-time tracking info about that, and then you can, without having to repeat information, say, make an event around this trip, or make a reminder to stop at this place for lunch or something like that. But a bunch of little things that I suppose could be interesting to people. They love doubling down on how it can explain a lot about products now, whereas before, Siri always had to fall back to, I'll search the web for that. Now it's going to fall back on ChatGPT, it feels like. But you can ask about, how do I do things with this product, or how do I cast this onto the TV? And it'll just give you a quick step-by-step guide, so maybe you don't have to show up to the Apple Store as much. So they're just building in tips more and more, I guess. But the contextual awareness and the new animation you get for Siri, and being able to type to it and have it crank out emojis and crap for you like that, is helpful, and I'm sure a lot of people are going to utilize a lot of these new AI features, but restricting it to just the 15 Pro or Max with the M chip definitely feels like a big miss, in my opinion. Imagine someone who just bought a $1,000 iPhone 15 Plus, and you're already telling them that they don't have the hardware necessary for these new Apple Intelligence features. I'm not sure if it's them trying to artificially limit like the amount of queries that they're pulling from ChatGPT, because they are providing this for free. There's no membership for Apple Intelligence. So that's going to be using up a lot of ChatGPT's bandwidth at their expense, and Apple is just probably just fronting the bill, or ChatGPT is just hoping that with more queries that gives them more training data, I suppose, and they'd like to partner with a big valuable brand like Apple, of course. But we're pretty confident from our own speculation in our live stream that it has nothing to do with the CPU or NPU capabilities of the chips on device, because even the Apple A16 chip has more neural processing capabilities than the M1 does. So that leaves a lot of people thinking that these large language models might be a bit RAM intensive. So maybe they're just requiring 8 gigs of unified memory from the beginning. You need a 15 Pro in order to get 8 gigs of unified memory on an iPhone, so that could be it. But in my opinion, a lot of the improvements to Siri, where it just understands your context better, you can keep a conversation going along without having to specify the nouns, and have it give a lot more definitive answers or rewrite emails or come up with cringy artwork to send to your friends. I feel like a lot of this stuff could easily be brought to older iPhones, especially because they already have ChatGPT apps on them. It just feels a little bit funny to me that, you know, a $600 iPad from 2 or 3 years ago is going to gain access to Apple Intelligence, but not a $1,000 iPhone that's sold today. You know, it's just a little weird. I'm guessing it's a RAM management issue, or it might just be ChatGPT trying to slow down how many queries they get all at once. But yeah, I guess the overwhelming consensus here is that Siri should be smarter and better at understanding context. Has the same voice as before, but new animations that really show off how thin iPhone bezels are. That's what this really is about at the end of the day. And I think what I learned above all in today's keynote is that AI is kind of a confusing technology and it's difficult to explain to the masses. And Apple tried their best to kind of simplify the branding and marketing of it. We knew Google I/O did a bad job, and we knew Microsoft and OpenAI were even having a hard time trying to convey what AI unlocks and what functionality it improves. And Apple, I think, spent way too much time talking about it in ways that were kind of hard to follow and a little bit confusing to the masses. Otherwise, a little bit confusing to the masses from what I can tell, where it's just like, privacy, privacy. If we keep saying privacy enough times, you'll feel comfortable about the fact that Siri can now see everything and put it into contextual awareness. And they must have known that AI was a big hype word, so they had to make it like a designated portion of the keynote. But at the end of the day, what does it actually result in when it comes to changes? Siri's a little bit smarter now at pulling up pictures and files. And the main takeaway is whatever phone you're watching this on, it probably can't run Apple Intelligence. Does that tick all of you guys off? Are there more things you wish I would dive deeper into from today's announcements? I know I'm kind of skimming the surface here, but we'll have more time to talk about this in future videos. This is just meant as a general recap of things that I think everybody should know. If you're limited on time, don't want to watch the full event, but comment what you'd like to learn more about or more things that you think I should dive into throughout this week as I post more content. And thank you to everybody supporting this channel directly. It seriously helps us out a ton, as does just watching these videos. So this is your Apple Sheep here, and I will see you all in the next one. 22 minutes. Okay, not as bad as I thought. Not horrible. I thought it would easily go over 30. Okay. I'm sorry I keep activating. That's a good question. Hey, is Apple Intelligence good enough to know when I'm not actually talking to Siri? Journal would make way more sense on iPad or Mac. Yeah, I think I agree with you. I'm confused why they feel like they have to do so little each year. Well, I tried to mention everything I could. What do you guys think? What things should I have talked more about? What things did I not go into enough? Let's see. I guess they're saving macOS Weed for the next big update. It's a joke, just to be clear. They're never actually going to do it. Excuse me. WatchOS devices have the shortest support span? Probably, yeah. Let's see how AirDrop does today. If it's picky. The handwriting stuff. Oh, yeah, I didn't talk too much about that. I don't know. It seemed a little gimmicky. It analyzes your handwriting and then recreates it to make it look nicer. Something like that. I don't know. It's a little niche in my opinion. Your handwriting will look like your handwriting, but better. Okay, just do text at that point, you know. Yeah, AirDrop is very inconsistent, so we'll see if it freezes up this time. There is the chat. I don't exactly have hours for my new job. It's just kind of, I got to get certain things done by a certain time. But I told them that, you know, I'm still going to be doing YouTube, so. Let me create, oh, here, let me show so you guys can see. Small. Nope, the iPad cannot mirror its display to Mac. That would require iPadOS to do things. So of course not. We're going to do 4K at 60, of course. And hope that this shows up. As much as I say iPadOS is disappointing, the improvements it did get are still nice for casual iPad users. Yeah, I agree. The calculator app was pretty neat. Whoa, sorry the bitrate is taking such a hit. I guess I'm throwing a lot at T-Mobile right now. They always love with iPadOS to explore more features that no one was really asking for, but they know look good. I'm trying to... I mean, it's cool that you can write out math problems and it will just do them as you're writing them. But what is the use case for that exactly? If you're writing out the math problem, aren't you practicing a math problem and to see if you can do it yourself? You know? It's not like when a little kid is practicing math, they just open a calculator and go, I don't know what 10 plus 5 is, so I'll type it in the calculator. Oh, it said 15. Math problem done. It's like, no, usually the point of those math problems that you write out or do the logarithmic equation for is because you're supposed to be doing that work. So I don't know. It's cool, but it's going to be very much banned in schools, that's for sure. Teachers are going to love this feature where the kid doesn't have to do any work, which is kind of what a calculator did anyway, but this just expounded on that to where even handwritten and more complicated equations can now be done by the iPad. The math auto-completion is good for business expense stuff. Yeah, I just feel like those people are more likely to use spreadsheets than write it out by hand, you know? Dylan says I made a very big mistake. I shaved. See, that's funny. Oh, you know what I didn't talk about is the fact that you can send money now by tapping the phones together. That's kind of cool. Without sharing contact info or anything. The Canon camera with spatial video was interesting. I wonder if they'll work as one with the 4. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I tried spatial video on the Vision Pro when I had it, and I was not that impressed, to be honest. I didn't find it very immersive. Because the frame rate and the resolution are so low, I found it more immersive to watch a 4K at 60 video that was 2D than a 1080-30 video that's 3D. Getting mugged with forced iPhone to iPhone pay. It's going to be so much easier to rob people now. This is great. According to my iPhone, the airdrop is still progressing, but it doesn't give you a lot of, you know, there's no ETA. Come on, airdrop, you can do it. Pave the way, put your back into it. Didn't talk about the Apple TV. What happened with the Apple TV? Oh, you can see who's in the movie as you're watching it. And they support 21:9 now. New screensavers. Yeah, forgot to mention that, but the video's getting long. There's not much point in doing a recap if it's just as long as the event, you know. Wessel, thank you for subscribing. Yeah, my wife wants to shave my beard off, but I keep saying, like, honey, we tried this and you didn't like it. The audience didn't like it either, which is also part of the reason I don't want to do it. I get a lot of comments when I get clean shaven. So maybe I'll film a bunch of videos in advance and then do a clean shave so that by the time I start recording again, it'll all grow back. I love the bubbling animations for the numbers. Tap to Apple Cash feature. Looks like the numbers are in a glass of bubbly champagne. Yeah, you can send me money anytime. Just if you want to look at the bubbles, I'll take your money. Couple of years, Drew. Finally got my payment info, able to work on Google. Wow. Congrats. Well, thank you for your support. Should do it once. What? I've done it once. I did it in 2018 and everybody hated it. iPhone mirroring is basically universal control for iPhone and Mac. Once again, iPhone replacing yet another iPad exclusive function. Yeah, it kind of is. Your mouse and everything can now control the iPhone. Yeah, just casually sending a penny back and forth. Sounds fun. AirDrop is still progressing. You can kind of see it right up here at the top. Well, when I hovered my mouse over the face, it changed on here on my phone. I hope I didn't break it. You're so close. Come on, don't fail me now. You just look like a child's face on an adult body. Yeah, I agree. I don't want to do it, but she just wants me to try it for fun. Come on. It's so close. It says sent. All right. AirDrop was in a good mood today. That's good. 22 and a half minutes. Let's hope we can get this under 16 minutes today. It's a joke, Tim. I'm doing well, Sigilizer. Thanks for asking. My facial structure, or lack thereof, is just unflattering. Yeah, I like beards. Typically. They mask out the jawline a little better than our normal jawlines do. What is the best use case you could see yourself using iPhone mirroring for? I think like quick access to social media or photos that I know I took but didn't get around to airdropping.
Something. This was long over.
Does it go that way? Can I open the iPhone on my Mac and then just grab the photos or videos off of them and drag them into the Mac? There's a lot of social media apps that have a lot of features or designs that I prefer on the phone that are not really that present on the MacBook, or things that I get logged out of because they want you to do everything through a browser. So you can just
those little
not do it on the browser by doing everything on the phone. Oh, another common one, the Apple Wallet. I don't have that many features or things accessible on my Mac when it comes to the Apple Savings account or the Apple Wallet. And they don't put a lot of those features on the web version for the Apple Card. But now I can use my phone from my Mac. So I could pay off the credit card. I could look at transactions. I could get the card numbers or whatever. A lot of Apple Wallet features that I could just now access through iPhone mirroring.
You can now. You can. You can.
There we go. Beards are the best, but I hate having a mustache personality. You don't have to have a mustache to have a beard. I'm sorry to hear that, Sishwalizer. I lost my grandma a few months ago. I know it's rough. Hopefully, the news can give you a little bit of a distraction. You know, if I had more time at the moment, I would love to just have a one-on-one to talk about it, but it's sadly not a good time or place. But I wish you all the best. Trying to think if there's other use cases for the mirroring thing. Could I control the camera from the Mac? That would be interesting. If I could actually see what the phone sees and then live stream. I didn't even think of that. My iPhone could be recording and I could show the video of itself recording on my Mac when I'm live streaming, so you guys don't have to get that low, awkward angle of me. I could do video thumbnails that I normally do on the iPhone, but now I can do them on the Mac, and you guys can follow along with me instead of having to AirPlay.
Yeah, they're bringing over.
But he also said the phone would stay locked and like the screen would stay off even though you're controlling it through your Mac. So I don't know what it would actually show if you launch the camera. I can't wait to try that.
I shouldn't have expected.
Could stop recording from Mac itself when phone is mounted. Yeah. That's what I was picturing. That would be pretty handy. How do you guys feel about the new Photos app? How they completely redesigned it? Do you guys like the look of it? Do you think it'll be easier and better? I'm kind of on the fence about it. iPhone mirroring allows subject lift on Mac now. I thought Mac had subject lift. Am I wrong? You just have to do it through the Photos app, which is a pain in the butt. Should I upgrade to the 16 Pro Max from the 14 Pro Max? No. I don't think so. Yeah, subject lift has been on the Mac, I believe, yeah. I like the updated Mail app. I didn't talk much about that. It kind of bunches promotion orders and social stuff into separate categories. That's smart. I like the hiding screenshots part. It's kind of confusing. I hate it. Interesting. Seems like a mixed bag. Yeah, I would probably uncheck screenshots most of the time, but then there's other times where I'm like editing photos in GoDaddy Studio where I'm like, no, I really want to see the screenshots. Great Mouse 20, thank you very much for signing up. Very kind of you. Did they say in Safari with macOS Sequoia that picture-in-picture gets automatically activated if you're watching a video and then you leave the window? That's kind of handy. Yeah, Control Center looks a lot better in my opinion. That's an improvement for sure.
But there's still some Intel Mac.
iPadOS still sucks. More like iPad PS. Yep, I agree.
But there's still some Intel MacBook Pro. Some Intel.
I was not expecting it to change much. I was like, nah. Every year. If iPadOS was going to be a big update, they would have saved the hardware for this event. The fact that they launched the new iPads last May, I think, was quite telling of, they don't have anything.
Probably the biggest.
Once again, it's a big nothing burger. I went to uncheck all photos not taken by an iPhone camera. I saved a lot of photos that are not screenshots. Oh yeah, that's a good idea. Shot on iPhone versus not. Maybe I need to use it
Live act.
in order to figure out if I like it or not.
Kill off Apple Watches.
Kill off all the Apple Watches. Yes, true. Thank you.
So did. But not the app.
Should I upgrade from 2017 MacBook Pro to M2 MacBook? They're so different. These are not yes or no questions, people. You need to provide way more context than that. Do you want that? If you want that, then probably yes. Depends. Are you willing to not have a laptop anymore? If you would be fine having a desktop, then yeah, sure. But the Mac Mini is probably getting updated later this year.
Yeah, kind of cool. Yeah, kind of.
M2 Mac Mini has been around for a while, so you could probably find one on sale if you can't afford to wait.
You might
But the other question is, how is your current MacBook Pro?
But that brings us to the last.
As I've always tried to remind people.
But that brings us to the.
Ooh, there was a lot of takes for that one. Whether or not you upgrade should not be dependent on how good the new hardware is. It should be dependent on how bad your current hardware is. Is something wrong with your 2017 MacBook Pro where it is impeding on you being able to do your job or work or take certain classes? Is it getting old? Is it getting unreliable? If it's in some way stopping you from achieving what you need it to do, then sure, it's worth thinking about upgrading. I don't know what kind of monitor you got lined up. All depends on the variables, which I rarely hear from people. Bad to the people who spent thousands of dollars on an iPad Pro expecting Dub will elevate iPad OS. Yeah, I know. I agree with Marquez. Never buy a product with the promise of a future software update justifying the expense. It's not how I buy things and not how you should buy things.
Again, this is just
iOS 18, you can now change the percentage of your battery limiter. Oh.
And again,
that's interesting. I didn't see that. Oh, Dylan. Should she upgrade from her 2009 iMac? No, that's a very recent generation, and I'm sure it's holding up just fine.
Where you're asking for you want to use use AI image, use AI.
That was creepy.
When sending text.
I did not like the AI generated photos to just treat like stickers. Happy birthday sends the most disturbing birthday party photo I've ever seen. I don't know what battery percentage I would change the limiter to. I guess it depends on the device. Like if it was a phone or a tablet that was plugged in at all times, I would probably put it to like 50%.
A bunch of
But for day-to-day use, 80% is actually just fine. I'd be fine with that. Setting my 15 Pro Max battery limit to 50%. Wow. You only use about half a day? That's good. Yeah, the lower usually, the closer to the middle, the better.
I'm not sure.
So for long-term storage, 50% is good. Does charge limiter work on devices other than 15 series? From what I've heard, no, unless they change something.
At their expense.
Craig showing Snapchat shortcut and hidden apps immediately after. Ooh. Okay, Craig. What an opener, though, when they all jumped out of the plane. That was cool. I was happy to see Phil Schiller in an event again. Can't remember the last time that happened. He's been a fellow for a while. They put the password app on Windows, but not Android, which is kind of funny. I would actually consider, maybe that's why. I would consider switching to Android if I could still access all my iCloud passwords. That would make life a lot easier. That's probably why they chose not to put it on Android.
A little bit confused.
They knew it would. See, I was already thinking, like, wait, if I can control the wallet app on my Mac, then switching to Android might be a little easier now. But I'd still have to have an iPhone. It is weird, I agree. To bring something to Windows but not Android. It's like, why?
Don't want to watch the full event, but comment what you'd.
The Craig hair helmet was the best part. I like when they need to transition and he just starts running like a Wolverine in the woods. It's like, but next, let's talk Mac OS. It was so goofy. Passwords are actually the bigger barrier for me to switch to Android. Yeah, me too. It's very annoying. Luckily, I've reviewed Android phones several times, so most of my passwords I save to the Android equivalent. What is it called? Google Keychain or whatever. So most of the time when I switch to an Android phone, all my passwords are already shared over there. But you can't set the limiter percent lower than 80? What? Well, what's the point? You want me to set it to 96%? Why bother? Now I'm like, eh. Whatever. Whoops. Why would you go higher than 80%? That's like, why even bother? So close. Someone's like, I need 93% every day. 80's too low and 100 is too high. Set it to 99.9%. See, I don't charge to full. Preserves my battery health. By the way, I've used my phone a lot as my camera every day, and my battery health is 100% still. Oh, it doesn't want to see it. Whatever. Take my word for it. It's 100. It's still looking good. I'm glad I have an Apple Intelligence powered phone. Honestly, when I got to the Apple Intelligence part of the video recap, I was like, wait a minute. What does that actually do, though? It basically just makes Siri smarter. It just understands context more, so you don't have to repeat yourself, right? Is that really the main takeaway that we got from this? Is that the voice assistant saved a couple steps? That's the whole Apple Intelligence thing? And it can rewrite things. It can take notes, I guess, on phone calls. You can record phone calls. Great. The federal government's been doing that for ages. It's no big deal. I don't know. It's hard to get excited about privacy, I guess, especially when you're partnering with ChatGPT. It's like, how private can it be if you're outsourcing a lot of the work? Right? I don't know. Okay, we're under 20 minutes. That's a good sign. Under 16 minutes would be better. You can only set it up for 80, 85, 90, and 95%. And, well, it's not a charge limiter if you set it to 100. Come on now. Mine was acting weird today. It went up to like 85% and then went back to 100. Oh, that's right. Apple Intelligence also compiles your notifications smartly to put time-sensitive notifications at the top. Okay. I guess you need an iPhone 15 Pro and 8 gigs of RAM to have carefully orchestrated notifications. You need 8 gigs of RAM for that. Sure. We're at 18 and a half minutes. It's not looking good for my goal. Maybe we'll be in the 17-minute range. I would not upgrade. If I do have a 15 Pro, so I'm biased. But if I didn't have a 15 Pro, nothing about the Apple Intelligence features convinced me I should upgrade. Personally, I don't think any of those features are worth buying a new phone over. But it might be because I don't use digital assistants all that much. I don't talk to my phone like that. My messages is they important to all my friends. Mine has been at 100 for months with the limiter on since launch, but since last week I checked, it was 98%. I had a good run. Wait, it has been at 100 with the limiter on? Why would it do that? I don't know. Whoops, what the heck is even that? Okay, our 17 and a half minutes. Let's see if I can find enough mistakes.
Apple, you didn't really have to call.
Sorry for the fan noise. It's very hot today. So the fan is for me. It's not the computer.
Apple, you didn't really have to call it Apple Intelligence. I was only kidding earlier when I... Good morning! Kidding earlier when Good morning!
Wow. He did say wow today. It was great.
When Good morning! We have so many exciting updates to talk about. It was a joke, Tim. It was a joke. Just because it starts with A doesn't mean it has to be Apple. A for doesn't mean it has to be Apple. A is for Apple. Okay, this just confuses everybody. Let's just begin.
A is for Apple in AI. So in OpenAI's name, does that stand for Apple Intelligence? There's a VPN toggle in Control Center now. Oh, you were at 100% battery health. I see. I still can't check it in settings. Dang it. iPadOS.
This is everybody. Let's just begin.
Zoom out just a little bit.
Okay, this just confuses everybody. Let's just begin. There was so many new features and things to talk about in today's event. There's no way I'm going to cover everything, so I'm just going to be highlighting what, in my opinion, are the most noteworthy things, the biggest things to take away from this event. And let's start with the biggest one that affects all of us, iOS 18, and I'll be bunching in iPadOS 18 as well. There were a lot of changes with this update that just kind of felt like about time.
Race car driver. That's what I need. More race car drivers in my contacts.
There were a lot of changes with this update that just kind of felt like about time. They're not new things. They're definitely things we've seen elsewhere, but it's nice to finally have them natively on our phones. And the good news is, from the beginning, every device that ran iOS 17 will now run iOS.
Get the compatibility. Have him practice on a grape. Yeah.
iOS 17 will now run iOS 18. This includes the 10R, the 10S, and the 10S Max. Yeah, they're getting 7 years of software support. Good on you, Apple. Probably not as many of the new features, but that's going to be kind of everybody. We'll talk about that later. But we're getting home screen customization, so you can finally put app.
Is that at the top? I don't need to talk about hiding apps. Everybody knows where that goes. Because you can hide your
Screen cut.
At 92 and 15 Pro Max since launch, and 80% limit or 95% of the time. Wow. 41 instances of Apple Intelligence occurring. 41, really? Good job, Randy.
Customization, so you can finally put apps anywhere where you want to put them. Only took them freaking like 15 years, but yeah, we finally have something that Android has had from the beginning. This was long overdue. I've been asking for it for a while, and even dark mode is applied to apps on the home screen.
So clean.
And even dark mode is applied to apps on the home screen, so things can look a lot more darker when it's nighttime, or you can change them to all have a certain
I like your accent. There we go.
to all have a certain accent color to somewhat match whatever your wallpaper is. Kind of like Material You, but with the Apple skin, and of course Apple's paint on UI and interaction is always really clean. Also quite a fair amount of changes with Control Center, letting you customize the number of...
I need to replay that. No, I don't want that part. I want the beginning part. Ah, it's too fast. Watch this. Nope, not that. Don't watch that. Hold on. Delay that. Okay, I'm gonna hit play. And then wait, replay. Boom! Okay. Sneak attack. Just had to do a full screen screenshot.
Changes with Control Center, letting you customize the number of tiles and different windows for now playing controls, and you can add more tiles to it. There's supposed to be lots of new APIs for developers to come up with their own Control Center toggles and widgets. Finally, by the way, they're letting you change.
Yes. They couldn't show anything else other than the camera there. There's freaking 3 different ways to activate the camera. That's the one I want to change. The flashlight I'd probably keep, to be honest. Can I make them nothing?
By the way, they're letting you change those little toggles from your lock screen that used to have the flashlight and the camera. I've been wanting to change those since the iPhone 10 launched way back in 2017. They're finally letting me do it. Hallelujah. Again, about time. They're also changing a lot with iMessage. Of course, they confirmed that RCS...
They're still green. I don't like that it's green. Rich communication services. Ha! I thought that was iMessage.
The iMessage, of course, they confirmed that RCS is part of iOS 18 as well. But an interesting side note is they're bringing the satellite support, which you need an iPhone 14 or newer to access. Now just satellite support, which you need an iPhone 14 or newer to access. Now just a basic...
Text anywhere. AI 3, Machine Learning 5, Apple Intelligence 41. Dang. That's a lot.
Where to access. Now just a basic iMessage, so you can text people if you don't have Wi-Fi or cellular, but you do have line of sight of the sky. That is required for the satellite feature to work. And there's also no talk on if this is a paid feature, so as far as I can tell, this is just a free, able to text over satellite Wi-Fi networks now via iMessage or SMS. They didn't mention RCS as part of the satellite thing, but kind of cool that if you're out in the wilderness and you just need to send a text message for a non-emergency, you can now, assuming you have an iPhone 14 or newer. And
you can set nothing on the lock screen toggles. Ooh, thank you. Appreciate that. Porcelain Apple Watches don't get watchOS 11.
or newer, and you have line of sight in the sky. So just remember, you can't be on a plane and suddenly be able to send text messages without using the crappy airline Wi-Fi network, because you won't have line of sight of the sky. They're letting you like bold, italicize.
Blown away. There's just nothing there. There was more than that. I don't like this. It's like, press this plus button to learn more, and then it gives you even less information. It's like, shut up.
Side of the sky. They're letting you like.
The new calculator app is available on the iPhone as well, so I guess that's not really an iPad exclusive feature. Well, I didn't expect it to be. Calculator's been there for a while. 44 when I was zipping through the 30 minutes I missed. Otherwise, this is my favorite, even though this was your favorite, huh, Mike?
Side of the sky. They're letting you like bold, italicize, underline, and animate individual messages now. And of course, the big one that was leaked and turned out to be true, you can now schedule text.
I think I got that here. In the way. Done button. I'm done with you. Send later.
True, you can now schedule text, which I know a lot of people were asking for. Thank God we're finally getting it. Again, about time. Same mindset with iPadOS 18 as well. Very disappointed, very little changes. Mainly just wanted to talk about menu bars most of the time. Wasn't that interesting in my opinion, but it finally got a
Introducing a calculator like you've never seen before. Totally rewrites rules. What about the rule that says it can't run macOS?
in my opinion, but it finally got a calculator app. Craig seemed
We're proud to announce that we're removing the calculator app from iOS. When do I think I'll record the podcast? Probably right after I'm done with this.
be memeing the fact that it's like finally here. It took them way longer than it should have, and it's also way cooler than we expected. There's a lot of graphing calculator features and a new feature they called math notes. So
Where's the math notes? Calculator. Comedy. You can also draw out math equations as well on the iPhone. I don't know how you would do that, but you can. Fair enough.
calculator features and a new feature they called math notes, so that with your Apple Pencil you can be doing graphs or logs or divided, and whenever
Divided.
graphs or logs or division, and whenever you put an equal sign or whenever you line up a bunch of numbers and put a line underneath them, it just automatically can add them up. And everyday math, it seemed like kind of a teacher's worst nightmare. These are not the kind of features that teachers are going to like seeing in class, because once again, calculator app can kind of do all the work, but even more so now with...
Is that the only pictures they have? There's more in the keynote, but it's hard to scrub through the whole thing.
Once again, calculate, but even more so now with like the recognition of handwriting and all the Apple Pencil features. It's like not only can you just type in numbers to do math, now you can put in really complex equations and it'll just crank them out. Seems like iPadOS 18 is coming to most
Game mode. Let's talk about gaming. Whenever big companies try to act like they know the gamer market, it always makes me laugh.
iPadOS 18.
We're going to do the podcast recap as soon as we possibly can. Maybe we'll do it live. Maybe.
Like iPadOS 18 is coming to most old iPads, but they're definitely not supporting the 2017 iPad Pros anymore, nor are they supporting the iPad 6th generation. So a couple of iPads didn't make the cut, but iPad Mini 5 should be good. The 2018 iPad Pros and newer should be good. And apart from some new SharePlay features that let you kind of...
Updated document browser? What? Oh. I don't like it. The settings app in general for iOS 18 looks less cluttered now, which is cool. I've never been a fan of the way... Okay. I'm excited to see it.
That let you kind of control someone else's iPad remotely if you're trying to do troubleshooting. Yeah, not a lot of changes, other than I guess they're bringing over all those same home screen and control center features from iOS 18 to iPadOS as well. Wow, feature parity, I know. But still pretty nuts that they won't bring the Journal app to the iPad, even though it's on the iPhone for 2 years in a row now. Probably the most thing about the whole iOS, iPadOS 18 thing for me is the Photos app. I'm not...
They show it here. This really does not look better to me. Yeah, if you try to divide by 0, it just shuts off. It deletes all of your files.
For me is the Photos app. I'm not in love with the redesign, at least at first glance. Maybe I need to try it out first, but they said their whole goal of it was to try to make the Photos app more simple by eliminating that menu bar at the bottom, but now there's just a lot more hidden menus and a lot more side.
18. Organized by changing everything you were used to. Thanks, Apple. Biggest redesign. Thanks for being a place to make all my stupid Calculator Ultra. I was really nervous there at the end that Apple Intelligence was going to be a membership.
A lot more hidden menus
like,
and a lot more side scrolling to go on. And maybe it just takes some getting used to, but first impressions make me go, you know, it's neat that I can filter out the screenshots and stuff, but I could see everyday people that I know of that are going to get very confused now because of this redesign. And I hope that the masses kind of adjust to it somewhat quickly. Another fairly big disappointment for me was Vision OS 2, which I guess I should...
That's not even up there. Oh, I didn't mention the new gestures, that's right. I think people are going to set that off on accident all the time. We might do a live podcast. It's possible.
Vision OS 2, which I guess I shouldn't have expected much. The product just launched 4 months ago, so it's not like they had a lot of time to add new things, but pretty much the majority of the changes are with Mac virtual.
Where did that go? There it is. Ultra wide. That's too wide in my opinion. I'd have to move that back.
But pretty much the majority of the changes are with Mac Virtual Display. You can go ultra wide now. Okay, that's good. The Mac display is bigger. It masks out keyboards if you have...
Yeah, where's the graphing calculator for Vision OS?
Out keyboards if you have them so that you can still see them when using an environment. They added Bora Bora, which of course we all need to go to as soon as possible. And they mainly talked about new developer kits that they're designing to allow for more flat top apps and building in personas directly into apps a bit easier. But overall, not a ton of new features with Vision OS 2, which is likely why it's sitting at the bottom of the website. I guess you can AirPlay your iPhone and...
I'll let you save your most recent guess eye and hand user. Oh, that's good. The gesture to activate home view in Vision is similar to the stereotypical Italian hand gesture. Mamma mia! Get me to the home screen.
I guess you can AirPlay your iPhone and iPad display to the Vision Pro display. Not exactly sure why, but I don't know. For something that has as much room to grow as spatial computing, I was a little bit let down by Vision OS 2. What I was decently surprised by, though, was macOS Sequoia, which appears to be running on fairly...
Predictive text suggested this when I typed Italian hand gesture. They know. They know.
Sequoia, which appears...
In the Passwords app, you can share Wi-Fi passwords with QR codes now, a feature from Android that's finally on iOS. Oh, good. I like that.
Was macOS Sequoia, which appears to be running on fairly old Intel Macs still into 2024 and 2025, including my own personal
This was a pleasant surprise. I think the iMac Pro is the oldest thing on the list. Yep, 2017. The oldest computer that can run Sequoia.
25, including my own personal iMac Pro. I thought it was dead. I was convinced it was going to die on Sonoma, but nope. Even after 8 years, my iMac Pro is still going to be getting support through macOS Sequoia, which is really cool. Great name, by the way. I totally called it on the podcast. I mean, it was a safe guess, but my favorite feature of Sequoia by far has to be iPhone mirroring. Basically,
where'd you go? Use your iPhone. Why does it bring the dynamic island over? God dang it. Should only appear when it's actually doing something.
Be iPhone mirroring. Basically, Apple now lets you control your iPhone directly from the Mac as long as your iPhone is somewhat nearby, but it can be in nightstand mode. It'll stay locked in a bag. As long as it's nearby, you can control apps and move files from your Mac to the iPhone directly just by running your iPhone in a little mirrored window, which I would use all the time, especially for a bunch of social media apps and things that are...
More iPhone and Mac synergy is what I like. Very nice.
I would use all the time, especially for a bunch of social media apps and things that are not very good or well optimized on my Mac. Now I can just access them and use my trackpad on the MacBook to act like a touchscreen for the iPhone. So basically, iOS is now on the Mac, which is pretty cool. And the compatibility seems pretty back. And the compatibility dropped a few older Intel Macs, so you need a 2020 MacBook Air.
I'm glad the 2019 Mac Pro isn't dead yet. A lot of them cost 50 grand.
A 20 MacBook Air later, but there's still some Intel Mac Minis as well as some Intel MacBook Pros that are still supporting macOS Sequoia, which is nice to see. And of course, all the new iMessage features that they dropped for iOS 18 will be on macOS as well. Goes without saying. And presentations got a little bit more up to date with...
You know, I said it goes without saying, so why say it, right? What are the features that Android users can no longer say? Android can do this, but iOS can't. I think the list was made a bit smaller today. Yeah. Put apps anywhere on the home screen. Customize the themes, I guess. Are all iOS 18 capable iPhones able to be mirrored on macOS? That's what I couldn't find any requirements. Nothing on it says... Well, all it said was Mac computers with Apple Silicon and Intel-based Mac computers with T2 requires an iPhone and Mac. And they're next to each other. Yeah, I don't see any specific requirements for the iPhone. It seems like it's mostly on the Mac.
presentation's got a little bit more up to date with the whole screen sharing functionality. Now you can share just one window in your presentation instead of your whole desktop, and you can change the background and do the classic, Zoom call green screen effect if you don't want to show what's behind you. Not necessarily new things, but things that just should probably be built in and baked in by default. Probably the biggest surprise when it comes to backwards compatibility is watchOS 11. In my opinion, not
Kinda suck. Where did it go? Animoji, then Memoji, now Genmoji. Apple innovates with emojis more than anyone.
surprise when it comes to backwards compatibility is watchOS 11. In my opinion, not that massive of an update. They just added a Vitals app to kind of give you bullet points on the most crucial health data you've provided the Apple Watch. Health data you've provided the Apple Watch, and they track like your F.
Good effort. Kevin wasn't there today.
And they track like your effort comparison to previous workouts. Nothing that seemed that massive of a deal. And I guess some new watch faces that just use a little bit more machine learning to pick out the photos and pick a nice background for them and give them a little bit of styling. But just a handful of nifty little features, and yet they dropped support for the Apple Watch.
I need a photo of Drew, Mike, and Randy as the thumbnail. Yeah, it's not out yet, but when it is, we'll do it. It also requires iPhone XS or later, so, but I believe that was the case before.
Full of nifty little features, and yet they dropped support for the Apple Watch Series 5, the Series 4, and the first generation Apple Watch SE. So you need now an Apple Watch Series 6 or later to run watchOS 11 just to access some, like translation app live activity.
Translate the world on your wrist. That sounds uncomfortable.
Just to access
Generate nightmare thumbnail of Drew wearing AirPods Max case as a bra, like that one podcast episode. I still want to let the record be known that was Mike.
Like translation app live activity. Like, I didn't think anything in watchOS 11 was very noteworthy or very game-changing. It seemed like a fairly simple basic update that just happened to kill off a bunch of support for Apple Watches that were not that old, in my opinion. The Series 5, I believe, came out in 2019, but so did the iPhone 11, which is easily getting iOS 18. Even the iPhone 11, which is easily getting iOS 18. Even the iPhones that came out in 2018 are getting iOS 18, but not the Apple Watches, which is a bit of a shame because I didn't think they were that old, and I know a lot of people personally that are still rocking Series 4s and 5s that are probably going to be a little fed up now overall. Pretty much the only...
They're fed up.
Big change that I think is noteworthy for the new Air... Pretty much the only big...
Or it was Nick. Mike made a different nightmare fuel. I don't know. You or Nick made terrible bra thumbnails of me.
Fed up now overall. Pretty much the only big change to AirPods that I thought was fairly noteworthy are that they're letting you respond to like series...
Where are the AirPods? They put them in here, I think. Dun, 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 dun. Hands-free. You should have said voice-free. I think Siri is pretty much always hands-free, right?
Are that they're letting you respond to like Siri's requests just by shaking your head or nodding. But it only works on the AirPods Pro 2nd generation, which is very specific. Really wish they would have updated AirPods Max today. They're very dated. They were dated since day one. But specifically, if you have the 2nd generation AirPods Pro, you can like hear that a phone call is coming in and just decline it like that or answer it like that. I feel like people are going to answer a lot of calls they didn't mean to, depending on how good good this thing is at detecting head motion, but yeah, kind of cool, I guess, that you can respond that easily and without having to say anything out loud. You might look kind of like a crazy person, though, and you might unintentionally knock the AirPods out of your ears. I know I have. But that brings us to the last thing Apple talked about today, which was a huge can of worms. Apple into...
Oh, boy. I don't love talking about it, to be honest, because it's pretty confusing.
Huge can of worms. Apple Intelligence. Yes, just a few weeks ago, I did a skit where I joked that they would call it that, and I was just trying to sound stupid and silly, and...
Let me find that, if it's true. I think it would, on iOS 18, would be big. Bruh, where is that video? Why can't I find it? Where the heck did it go? Am I blind? I feel blind. This feels like it's missing something. Oh, here it is. 3 months ago?
We finally fix Siri. Good morning. Oh boy, do we get any of those features? Yes, of course. Your silicon isn't even that old. Yes, of course. What about us? Do we get any of those new features? Well, Siri still sucks for you, but you will get some updated UI elements.
No.
As well as some iMessage improvements. Okay, thanks, Tim. And hey,
I don't think it was this one.
Think so. We have a team, okay? Huh. Marvelous. Another year of support, gents. Wow. What a horrible name we went with. Let's begin.
Okay, it wasn't that one. Do I want to look around for it? I'm not sure if I do. Maybe for the event, I know.
Marketing team. We need to announce Dub today. Well, Tim, we actually used AI to come up with the invite image. What do you think? Wow. It looks very colorful and fruity. I'm a big fan of... Yeah. Is that supposed to be 2 W's? Oh. Well, I think the AI's like... Yeah, we're combining the W's. Are we buying VW? I didn't hear... No, Tim, we're not... Oh, okay. Went with something else.
I never want to see that again, Mike.
Problem. We got an Apple Pencil with Apple Vision Pro. Let's begin.
I swear there was a point where I talked about it.
Your AI is never going to touch Gemini. Well, we'll seek to compete with us. Well, what if we'll give you 10 billion reasons? Jeez, that's kind of a lot.
No, I can't find it.
Dollars, okay? I got it. Okay, that's fine. I understood it the first time. We're willing to pay. I know, Tim. And then we'll make Siri better for you. What if we helped you out a little bit with some money on the side? Tim, I already just agreed. Okay, whatever.
I swear I remember making the joke. No, I can't find it. I should look for these things earlier. Is the new Siri even available on more iPhones than... No, it is not. The only iPhone it works on is the 15 Pro, which sucks.
I was just trying to sound stupid and silly, and they actually did it. I did not have a source. I did not try to leak this by any means. It straight up just sounded like something Apple would do, and now they've done, which is kind of weird, I have to admit. But from the beginning, I just have to clarify that all of
people are going to type iPhone 16, iPad Pro, M5 rather, and release into the AI generation thing to see what it comes up with. That's going to be scary.
the Apple Intelligence features that affect the entire ecosystem, they require an iPhone 15.
Compatibility. There it is. What a sick joke. Oh, it works on the M2 Ultra. That's comforting. Thanks, Apple. So no, the new Siri is only on 15 Pro.
Entire ecosystem, they require an...
You said the headphones nobody asked for? Oh, that, yeah, I remember that podcast. If anybody remembers the video that I did not that long ago, there was a skit where I joked that Apple would call it Apple Intelligence instead of artificial intelligence. I have a vivid memory of making it. And I can't find it.
Wondering how we could make the iPad better. Sure. What? So I could charge it from the... Sure. Oh, it can be
No,
also...
not that one. I tried searching your channel on filmot.com, and I think it's your video titled M4 chip launching next week. Okay. Let me try.
All right, Tim, we are ready to ship the M3 iPad Pros. I just need...
Oh, yeah, I think it was this one.
Obsessed with artificial intelligence all... No, we can't use the term artificial...
Yes, you're right. This was it. This was it.
All right, Tim, we are ready to ship the M3 iPad Pros. I just need you to sign right... Good morning. We need to talk more about AI. Did you see OpenAI's valuation? We need more AI in our products. Did I mention AI? My goodness, Tim, why are you so obsessed with artificial intelligence all... No, we can't use the term artificial. We're calling it Apple Intelligence. That's what AI stands for. All right. We'll put the new neural cores in the M...
Yep. Thank you. Thank you for your help. That was over a month ago.
They actually did it. I that they would call it that, and I was just trying to sound stupid and silly. And
Come on, AirDrop. You can do faster than that. Apple Way as well. Make the update. I can't believe they couldn't even add it to the regular 15, though. That's the part that blew my mind. It's like you couldn't divvy it up a little bit. Like maybe certain features require 8 gigs of RAM, but no, you just said the whole thing, all of it.
more about AI. Did you see OpenAI's valuation? We need more AI in our products. Did I mention AI? My goodness, Tim, why are...
It's back here. But...
We need to talk more about AI. Did you see OpenAI?
See, this is why you shouldn't skip the skits, ladies and gentlemen. Sometimes there's leaks. When was that uploaded? That was April 29th.
That, and I was just trying to sound stupid and silly. AI's valuation. We need more AI in our products. Did I mention AI? My goodness, Tim, why are you so obsessed with artificial intelligence all... No, we can't use the term artificial. We're calling it Apple Intelligence. That's what AI stands for.
All right. We have the evidence.
Stupid and silly. We're calling it Apple Intelligence. That's what AI stands for. And they... AI stands for. And they actually did it. I did not have a source. I did not... try to leak this by any means. It straight up just sounded like something Apple would do.
You're downgrading now? What?
And now they've done, which is kind of weird, I have to admit. But from the beginning, I just have to clarify that all of the Apple Intelligence features that affect the entire ecosystem, they require an iPhone 15 Pro or an M series chip. Okay, and these only apply to the iPhone, the iPad, and the Mac. There's no Apple Intelligence coming to the Apple TV. There's no Apple Intelligence coming to Vision Pro, which is bizarre because they have an M2 chip. But I find it personally a little bit shocking that they decided Apple Intelligence features are only going to be available, are not going to be available on an iPhone 15 regular or a 15 Plus. Any iPhone 14, 13, 12, any of those older iPhones are not getting these features as far as I can tell. And none of them are really ready yet today anyway. Even if you plan on installing the developer beta today, Apple Intelligence.
Great power comes great disappointment.
Are really ready yet today anyway. Even if you plan on installing the developer beta today, Apple Intelligence is not ready. I'm guessing this is all happening so fast because the partnership with ChatGPT and OpenAI was not that long ago. But yeah, essentially it's Apple just kind of rethinking Siri for the most part. Like,
oh, wait, no. You get 2 in this one at least. She loves it when you say, oh, wait, never mind.
GPT and OpenAI was not that long ago. But yeah, essentially it's Apple just kind of rethinking Siri for the most part. Like, you can text Siri now just by double tapping the home bar at the bottom. And there's a lot more generative AI features where you can just highlight a bunch of text. Again, this is on iPad, iPhone, or Mac. And it's supposed to be and again, this is on iPhone, iPad, or Mac. For mail and notes, you can highlight.
This is stupid. I don't think people like when their whole emails get rewritten by something that makes mistakes anyway.
A bunch of text, and again, this is on iPhone, iPad, or Mac. For mail and notes, you can highlight it and have it change the tone or simplify it. And this is supposed to be all done locally. This is not meant to be sent up to a server somewhere. They spent a lot of time doubling down on how they're trying to make the cloud more secure. Felt like a lot of fluff and hard to believe stuff to me, but the
cloud. Oh my god. This is disgusting. Thank God it's not a membership. Could have been worse, John.
Trying to make the cloud more secure. Felt like a lot of fluff and hard to believe stuff to me, but the whole OpenAI partnership is them saying that if it's a query where you're asking for a recipe about something, or you want to use AI imagery when
brain photo. They all have to have that colorful box around them.
Or you want to use AI imagery when sending text to people, which looked really cringy and really embarrassing. That is just pulling data, I suppose, from ChatGPT 4.0, which I hate the name of personally. Also, is the AI and OpenAI support for Apple Intelligence now? I don't get it. But yeah, lots of little things that all kind of stack up, I suppose. You can ask for more context and it will just remember, I guess, the emails or calendar events you have on file, and somehow, with it still being on device, secure and private, it can tell you and understand context when you're having a conversation with Siri now that just says, yeah, I remember when your mom's flight is landing, and it gives you real-time tracking info about that, and then you can, without having to repeat information, say, you know, make an event around this trip.
They kind of had it. Ew, that's the picture I wanted. Hey. do what I need to do. Introducing Genmoji.
AI imagery when sending text to people, which looked really cringy and really embarrassing. That is just pulling data, I suppose, from ChatGPT. So they're just building in tips more and more, I guess.
Oh, wait. What?
On file, and somehow, with it still being on device, secure and private, it can tell you in under. Yeah, I remember when.
What's this one? Not a lot of impressive demos, though.
When your mom's flight is landing, and it gives you real-time tracking info about that, and then you can, without having to repeat information, say, you know, make an event around this trip, or make a reminder to stop at this place for lunch, or something like that. But a bunch of little.
Have you ever had a dream that you want that you would have it that you'd want
Something like that, but a bunch of little things that I suppose could be interesting to people. They love doubling down on how it can explain a lot about products now, whereas before, you know, Siri always had to fall back to, I'll search the web for that. Now it's going to fall back on ChatGPT, it feels like. But you can ask about, how do I do things with this product, or how do I cast this onto the TV? It'll just give you a quick step-by-step guide, so maybe you don't have to show up to the Apple Store as much, so they're just building in tips more and more, I guess. But the contextual awareness and the new animation you get for Siri.
They love showing off them bezels.
Contextual awareness and the new animation you get for Siri, and being able to type to it and have it crank out emojis and crap for you like that is helpful, and I'm sure a lot of people are going to utilize a lot of these new AI features, but restricting it to just the 15 Pro or Max with the M chip definitely feels like a big miss, in my opinion. Imagine someone who just bought a $1,000 iPhone 15 Plus, and you're already telling...
Give me the B-roll.
On 15 Plus, and you're already telling them that they don't have the hardware necessary for these new Apple Intelligence features. I'm not sure if it's them trying to artificially limit like the amount of queries that they're pulling from ChatGPT, because they are providing this for free. There's no membership for Apple Intelligence, so that's going to be using up a lot of ChatGPT's bandwidth at their expense.
Your mama jokes with the new context awareness. I would like that. Picking up, when do I pick up Yo Mama from the airport?
Bandwidth at their expense, and Apple is probably just fronting the bill, or ChatGPT is just hoping that with more queries that gives them more training data, I suppose, and they'd like to partner with a big valuable brand like Apple, of course. But we're pretty confident from our own speculation in our live stream that it has nothing to do with the CPU or NPU capabilities of the chips on device, because even the Apple A6...
Where'd you go? There you go. Pro proven powerhouse, but there's no Apple Intelligence. That's just too much.
For NPU capabilities of the chips on device, because even the Apple A16 chip has more neural processing capabilities than the M1 does. So that leaves a lot of people thinking that these large language models might be a bit RAM intensive. So maybe they're just requiring 8 gigs of unified memory from the beginning. You need a 15 Pro in order to get 8 gigs of unified memory on an iPhone, so that could be it. But in my opinion, a lot of the improvements to Siri, where it just understands your context better, you can keep a conversation going along without having to specify the nouns, and have it give a lot more definitive answers, or rewrite emails, or come up with cringy artwork to send to your...
How do I come up with a cringy photo to share with my friends? Once again, they've added a Android feature.
and have it give a lot more definitive answers or rewrite emails or come up with cringy artwork to send to your friends. I feel like a lot of this stuff could easily be brought to older iPhones, especially because they already have ChatGPT apps on them. It just feels a little bit funny to me. GPT apps on them. It just feels a little bit funny to me that, you know, a $600 iPad from 2 or 3 years ago is going to gain access to Apple Intelligence, but not a $1,000.
Where's that picture? Yeah, iPad Air, M1 or later. That was years ago.
iPad from 2 or 3 years ago is going to gain access to Apple Intelligence, but not a $1,000 iPhone that's sold today. You know, it's just a little weird. I'm guessing it's a RAM management issue, or it might just be ChatGPT trying to slow down how many queries they get all at once. But yeah, I guess the overwhelming consensus here is that Siri should be smarter and better at understanding context. Has the same voice as before, but new animations that really show off how thin iPhone bezels are. That's what this really is about at the end of the day. And I think what I learned above all in today's has the same voice as before, but new animations that really show off how thin iPhone bezels are. That's what this really is about at the end of the day. And I think what I learned above all in today's keynote is that AI is kind of a confusing technology and it's difficult to explain to the masses. And Apple tried their best.
Yeah, again, what's stopping them from adding this feature without Apple Intelligence? This just seems like a new way to software lock things, which I'm not a fan of. It's them justifying leaving out a bunch of things, in my opinion.
Difficult to explain to the masses, and Apple tried.
You can do subject lift on a 10S.
Their best to kind of simplify the branding and marketing of it. We knew Google I/O did a bad job, and we knew Microsoft and OpenAI were even having a hard time trying to convey what AI unlocks and what functionality it improves. And Apple, I think, spent way too much time talking about it in ways that were kind of hard to follow and a little bit confusing to the masses from what I can tell, where it's just like, privacy, privacy. If we keep saying privacy enough times, you'll feel comfortable about the fact that Siri can now see everything and put it into contextual awareness. And they must have known that AI was a big hype word, so they had to make it like a designated portion of the keynote. But at the end of the day, what is it actually?
Everyone say it with privacy, privacy, privacy.
AI was a big hype word, so they had to make it like a designated portion of the keynote. But at the end of the day, what does it actually result in when it comes to changes? Siri's a little bit smarter now at pulling up pictures and files. And the main takeaway is whatever phone you're watching this on, it probably can't run Apple Intelligence.
Most of them.
Watching this on, it probably can't run Apple Intelligence. Does that tick all of you guys off? Are there more things you wish I would dive deeper into from today's announcements? I know I'm kind of skimming the surface here, but we'll have more time to talk about this in future videos. This is just meant as a general recap of things that I think everybody should know. If you're limited on time, don't want to watch the full event, but comment what you'd like to learn more about or more things that you think I should dive into throughout this week as I post more content. And thank you to everybody.
Oh, we gotta update that. Who's on the list now? Mike. Oh, there's a new one. I'm gonna update it on my phone. I would use the iPhone mirroring feature right now. This would actually be a very good use case for it. Okay, Randy B is on there, I believe. Yep. Who's at the top? Okay, we're starting from the top. Okay, so the new one is, we have Randy B already. Carson, he's the new guy. Carson Calvachi? Nope. Go back. I need AI. Autocorrect doesn't recognize names, so it tries to change them. And then Mike Kimmel. Thank you, by the way. And that should be everybody. I'm going to squeeze the spacing a little bit. Oops, not that way. Save. AirDrop. Put that in here. Get rid of the old one. Change the new one. Credits. Ta-da! We're just about done, folks. And then I can start the podcast. What the heck are you doing? Final Cut. Jeez.
Throughout this week as I post more content. And thank you to everybody supporting this channel directly. It seriously helps us out a ton, as does just watching these videos. So this is your Apple Shape here. And I will see you all in the next one.
Okay.
See you all in the next one. See you all in the next one.
Tried using Insight on tvOS 18. It didn't show the actors in the beginning airplane sketch. Wow, it's already broken. This is time sensitive, so I'm just going to call it 24 recap. And done! Alright. The video was completed. Only took 5 hours. And I only cried for 20 minutes. I'm mad at Apple. Why should I get the 16 Pro when it comes out for it to not get the best updates from a year or two in advances? I know. I think it's dumb too. I think they're definitely trying to get people to justify upgrading more often, which I don't like, especially when it's artificial. Oh my god, there's too many emails. I need the new mail app already. Okay. I gotta work on a thumbnail too. We're at 17.5 minutes, which is decent condensing for a 2-hour presentation. Obviously, I missed a lot of things, but that's to be expected. You can't include everything. Let's see. I gotta email people back now. So I'm going to have to wrap up the stream so I can start uploading this, because it'll take all the bandwidth I can give it. Send. Okay. Okay. Siri has been so terrible against Alexa. Why, what is this stir? Losing Fred's speedrun. Spam them AI-generated cringy photos. Pretty much. Okay. I'm gonna reach out to Randy and see when he'll be ready. The fans on the MacBook are riffing. And once again, thank you everybody for tuning in on this very long, look at that, just over 6 hour long live stream, where we started this live stream 2 hours before the event began. Now we've got a recap video that's already on the way up so that people getting off work don't have to sit through 2 hours of baloney and can just get the highlights, hopefully, and laugh along the way. So I appreciate all the super chats today. You guys were above and beyond generous and super kind, and you helped me out a lot with making the video and keeping me company, and it's for days like these that it's all worth it. So thank you guys. At the end of the day, you're awesome. I got the best fan base in the world. I appreciate each and every one of you, even the haters, and hope you have an excellent rest of your day. Talk to you soon. Bye bye.